Good afternoon. Welcome everyone to the Committee of the Whole meeting of Tuesday, January 10th, 2023. Just a reminder that this is a Committee of the Whole meeting and no decisions will be made here today. There will only be recommendations that will go to our next regular council meeting on Tuesday, January 31st, 2023 for consideration. So I'll call the meeting to order. And just a couple of items of business prior to getting into the agenda. The first item is that at the last council meeting, I had made a statement that when we were talking about mandatory hookups, that if hydro ran in front of your house and you chose not to hook up, that you would still be charged. That apparently is not true any longer. It was at one time, but it is no longer true. So I just wanted to correct the record on that. I would also like to, at this time, just say what a great job the folks in Parks and Rec did with the incident at the Little Britain Arena. Where it was out of order for a couple of days, but they got on top of it really quickly, and I think it was only down for 2 days, so kudos to the folks in Director Shank's department, especially Jen Johnson and her group. The other thing I wanted to talk about was the snowstorm that we had over Christmas. It was a huge event. It wasn't just in Kawartha Lakes. It was probably from the prairies to the Maritimes, from deep in northern Ontario down to almost the Gulf of Mexico. It impacted a large number of people. South of the border, around the Buffalo area, more than just about 50 people lost their lives. It was a very serious event. The 401 was closed for a day or more. Via Rail canceled services for a couple of days, and many airports were closed. The problem, of course, was the wind. We could plow a road, and within half an hour, it looked like we hadn't touched it. I want to thank everyone who was involved in plowing snow and trying to clear the roads during that period of time. They gave up their family time, they gave up their Christmases, they gave up a lot in order to try and keep everyone in the city safe, and I thank them very much for their efforts. Director Robinson, did you want to speak a little more about that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Council, I want to echo your appreciation for staff. They, like you said, they gave up their weekend, they gave up their Christmas time with family. It was a pretty significant event. Just want to take a little bit of an opportunity to explain to Council what happened, the declaration, what that means, and how the events are handled. So we have 71 plow routes. About 10 of them are contracted out on a regular basis. We have a couple additional that are contracted out this year due to some initial resource challenges. We have one operator per truck that effectively runs a route when designated by staff. This means when we have a significant event, we do run into challenges, meetings, the significance of the event. So the Municipal Act enables us to declare what's defined as a significant weather event. And what that means is it allows, it recognizes that the municipality is going to have challenges meeting the obligations required in minimum maintenance standards, and allows us some grace or additional time to provide that service, and ultimately the goal is to meet those minimum maintenance standard expectations. We declared the significant event on the 24th based on the significance of the event that occurred through the evening of the 23rd into the 24th, recognizing that we weren't going to be able to achieve minimum maintenance standards. It does not mean we pulled resources off the road. Quite the opposite. In this particular case, we had full resources deployed the entire event. Every day from the 23rd right through to the 28th, The event was pulled on the 28th, or the declaration was rescinded on the 28th, which effectively means we were back within minimum maintenance compliance. So that is the difference. We do have the ability through the declaration, if we deem it's at risk or health and safety of our staff, to pull resources off the road during one of those declarations. As I said, in this particular case, we did not. Resources were out there full time. It was an extremely challenging event. Some of the pictures that have been shared through our website and social media show the significance of the snow that was piled up on roads. It took a massive amount of time and resource to get back to providing that maintenance. So I do want to thank everybody's patience for the residents, council, everybody involved with the patience while we handled the event, and hope to continue providing those services moving forward. So appreciate it.
Thank you, Director. One last item. Councillor Yeo is not in person with us today, but he's zooming in. I sometimes forget to look up Councillor Yeo, so yell and scream and wave if you wish to weigh in. So I'll keep an eye out for you. So we will move on to adoption of the agenda. Can I have a motion to adopt the agenda as printed, please? Deputy Mayor Richardson, Councillor Perry. All in favor? Thank you. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interests on anything on the agenda today? Seeing none, should any arise, advise the chair and we'll deal with them accordingly. Thank you. We'll move to item 4, which is deputations. And the first deputation is a request for assistance regarding a high water bill for the commercial plaza at 205 St. George Street, Lindsay. Mr. Dan Sabo and Mr. Robert Sabo. Welcome, gentlemen. You have 5 minutes. Yeah, you'll find a little button at the bottom.
Okay, can you hear me now? Oh gosh, I'm really loud now. Sorry, my name is Danny Sabo. This is my brother Robert Sabo. We own a local business here in Lindsay. It houses 10 other small local businesses. It's an industrial plaza. During the time, over the course of about October 2019 to within the realm of March of 2020, we had realized that we had a severe overusage of our utility bill, and that exceeding in the realm of $10,000+ due to, during our investigation, turned out to be a seldomly leaking ongoing toilet in one of our tenancy units that uses their unit for storage alone. It's a commercial establishment, but they do landscaping. So until they started using the unit other than for storage, when they realized that their guys were going in to use it during the COVID times, somebody would check in, drop off the equipment, maybe use the facility and leave for the night. We had an investigation done by Kawartha Utilities that they did a laser x-ray in the ground to make sure that there wasn't water seeping out or like a broken pipe underground. And then through contact within the utilities department, it just kept ramping up our bill until finally the tenants, when they started using the unit more frequently, had come to the conclusion that yes, there was a run-on toilet that consistently went for over the course of 6 months. It was no fault of anybody's. They've written an affidavit to us as well, just claiming that they really aren't on site to know whether the unit there was a broken appliance or not. And then during our investigations, we could never find anything on site because it was very seldom used and very sporadic. Today we're here to seek basically forgiveness. If there is a way that we can somehow, through the utilities department, they have offered a bursary or a refund of about 10% of the amount. But as a small business owner, providing for other small business owners, we're seeking, I guess, forgiveness for the entire amount as worked out with what our average consumption is. You know, during COVID, we took a hit as well. We didn't kick anybody out for non-payment over the course of the 2 years. We wanted everybody to keep their businesses, as we did understand that everybody's going through a tough time. And, well, we're hoping you guys would consider us for the same now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Did your brother wish to speak, or are you okay?
I think Dan summed it up. Thank you.
Thank you. Just stay there for a minute and I'll see if there are any questions from council. Councillor McDonald.
Yes, thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question. Going forward, do you have anything in place for the same condition if that happens? If somebody is not in one of your units, are you going to put anything into place to make sure this doesn't happen again?
We have been keeping a more frequent eye on the actual consumption, and then even the unit itself. They are more aware of it because, you know, we didn't want to get into legalities with our tenants. We try to run an honest business and try to work through it. And it was just one of these things that we really, even if we were to sue them at fault, they didn't know. So we've just basically, we have a full-time maintenance person and he visits the property more frequently now and just keeps an eye on the water usage for us.
Anything else from anybody? Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you. I'm just curious, what was your bill prior on a monthly basis?
Okay, so I have two of them here, basically because they're billed quarterly for us at this address. We're looking at so the first one here was approximately $723.72, followed by about $301, and then the one that came in after my two exceeding bills was $14,000. $14,146.96. And then between that, yes, it was two bills, but we had been getting the investigations done over that course in time. And by the time the booking went through, we actually had a tenant move out. During our investigation, one of our other tenants was saying, because they were a logistics company, they said that they were bringing multiple trucks in. We thought that maybe it was like just overusage as power washing, and they were just kind of liquidating assets as they were retiring. So we thought, okay, well, we'll have them at blame, and then we found out that it wasn't that. So to take a course of action against that company wasn't right. It ended up being something completely different from what we anticipated. So that's why it ran on for 2 terms or 2 quarters.
Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question, and I had a follow-up motion afterwards. Just a question, during the two-year period, you were saying this occurred, were the meters being read, and what time frame did the most consumption take place? Did you narrow that down, or did the city narrow that down for you?
Sorry, it was October 2019 to the first quarter of 2020. So it was just over the course of 6 months. And that's when, after the first meter reading when the first bill came to our attention, I'd contacted Kawartha Lakes, and that's when they sent out to do an inspection on the x-ray, because I told them that we'd walked the building and checked each of the individual units, and there was no signs of anything. So, I guess it was an older toilet, so when somebody would go and flush it, again, off season, they go from landscaping to snow plowing, so it could be a matter of weeks or days, I guess, until somebody would actually enter the unit. Again, they were dropping off and picking up their salt and supplies and stuff as needed. So October to the first snowfall is really a big dead zone for that company.
Councillor Warren.
I guess it's a question for staff. I know there was a committee that would oversee these. Was there a committee to oversee billings such as this that is no longer?
There was one,
Yes.
and it has been disbanded and decided that these issues would come directly to council.
Okay, so historically, when an issue like this would arise, staff are saying 10%. Do we have the ability, I guess we do, to make that more than 10%? Historically, is 10% usually what is forgiven? I guess that's the question.
It varied from case to case and from incident to incident. What I'd like to do with this, once everyone's had their question, is refer it back to staff and have something come forward to the next council meeting so council can make a determination.
Well, I'll make that motion then.
There's no motions at committee of the whole. We will just ask staff to do it.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Councillor Joyce?
Yeah, I was going to ask the same question if there's precedence in this issue. And the other thing is water and sewer bills is net zero. It's not, it just pays for the cost of producing water, correct? So there's,
Well, if you've seen your water bill, you know there's a standard amount that is charged, a fixed amount, and then there is usage.
yeah.
So I think what we're talking about here is the usage amount, and I would like to hear staff's rationale for paying only 10%, and then I think council can make a decision at the council meeting on January 31st.
Yeah, sounds good. Thank you.
Councillor Perry?
And just one last quick question, if I could, and thank you for coming today. I'm sure this isn't easy, and that you've been through a lot with this situation. I'm sure you've incurred costs in terms of trying to ascertain the problem and assure that that it won't happen again. You'll be providing, those cost numbers to staff as we consider the reduction. Is that correct?
So basically, really what had happened is just that tenant did pay for the toilet. We just kind of reimbursed them. Other than that, as far as I know, the City of Kawartha Lakes did the laser inspection on their own. I have an email that they followed up with, so it wasn't something that they had put the costs on our shoulders for. It was more just an investigation to make sure it wasn't coming from their end, sort of thing.
Okay, thank you. That's what I was curious about.
Okay,
and
yeah.
Please do be sure.
Yeah, they did cover that, and it turned out to be nothing there was no broken pipes in ground. It was our fault as an establishment.
Okay, thank you for that.
Councillor Ashmore?
Thank you. I was part of that high water bill committee. There was myself, Councillor Yeo, and former Councillor Dunn. So generally, the amount was in the 50% range rebate. Not everybody got a rebate, but I think we probably saw in our time on the committee about at least 20 or 25 cases. I'd say 20 cases. After the shutdowns, we did go by Zoom, but I was in disagreement that this committee be disbanded, but it was. And it's unfortunate, but because everything comes to council. That was the reasoning, that everything comes to council, but what's the reason of having all the committees that we already have, because they're going to come to council anyway. So that's why my thought is, let's keep this committee going, but it was disbanded, unfortunately. But 50% was generally the amount that was given. Not everybody got a rebate, but we heard everybody's case, and I think it was a good committee, but I think, yeah, we'll take it back to staff, and then we'll bring this up hopefully soon and see what we could do for these folks, because they're, you know, they've come to us and asking for relief, and I think we should listen to them.
Thank you. Councillor Warren?
Thank you. Through you, would your tenant be willing to pay a little bit towards this bill, or not?
Well, at this point in time, we just kind of left it up in the air because, again, I would hate to lose a client at the same time as and get into a big debate with them. This was our first step. Sorry to correct the other councillor. I said 10% as an open figure because I didn't know if dollar figures were able to be thrown around in here, but they offered, I believe it was a certain percentage up to $1,500, which is what we would have qualified for, being as ours was in excess of $10,000. As for seeking resolution between myself or ourselves and the tenants, this is honestly the first stepping stone we've had, and it's taken us 3 years to come and be able to stand in front of council. Unfortunately, it's to a point now where I've almost forgotten about it, but at the same time, the bill is lingering, as I thought, you know, we kind of understandably thought that we didn't know if we should be paying for something or if it's something that would just kind of disappear off the face of the earth before it came out of our pockets with the funds. So as for that, depending on what the outcome of this is, we would probably cry out to them after this point and maybe look at splitting the costs, or we would just soak it up. Gosh, we're 2 years into soaking up everybody's losses right now. We've had half of our building hasn't been able to operate because of what their establishments are with the shutdowns. So, you know, we can't ask for money for somebody that's not earning any, and we would rather keep them alive and awake than, you know, we can afford it right now, but at the same time, it hurts. So.
Thank you. So I need a motion to receive the deputation and also a motion to refer back to staff for a report to council. Councillor Warren, seconded by Councillor Joyce. All in favor? Thank you. Thank you. So we'll get something back from staff hopefully by January 31st, and we'll be back to you to let you know the outcome. Or you can attend and find out. Okay?
Council. Thank you for your time.
CAO?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, just through you. So today's recommendation will go to council on January 31st, sort of as presented. That would then trigger, once council approves it, we would do that review. I just didn't want the deputants to be misled. I think we would be looking at it and reporting back likely in February or March with the history and the details, but we'll make sure that staff makes you aware of when that's coming back to council. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next deputation. Yeah. Item 4.2 is a request for municipal support resolution for an electrical storage project in the city of Kawartha Lakes. We have Mr. Daryl Shearer and Mr. Matthew Allen. Thank you for coming. You have 5 minutes. I think you'll find a button at the bottom of the micro. There you go, you're on.
Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor Elmsey, Ms. Deputy Mayor Richardson, City Council members. Thank you for taking the time for our deputation today. My name is Daryl Shearer. I'm Director of Development at Blue Earth Renewables and responsible for our growth and development pipeline in Canada and the United States. I've been with Blue Earth now for 5 years and have been in the power generation industry for 17. I'm joined here today by Mr. Matthew Allen, project developer with Blue Earth, with over 10 years of project management experience in power and oil and gas. We are here today representing Blue Earth Renewables. We are an independent power producer that acquires, develops, builds, owns, and operates wind, hydro, solar facilities, and hopefully soon battery storage facilities. We are a well-diversified portfolio with over 1 gigawatts of power generation in operation. We were founded in 2010. Our team spans everything from early development all the way to operations throughout the whole life cycle of a project. We own and operate the Goodlight Solar project, which is about 10 kilometers southeast of Bolsover. So we are, we're proud to be part of this community. We look forward to working with you and strengthen the local economy and give back to the community for decades to come. We are committed to being a good neighbor throughout the life cycle of the project through ongoing dialogue with stakeholders, ensuring channels are open for people to voice concerns, and that we are available to respond effectively. Our portfolio, so we are headquartered in Calgary, Alberta. We have an office in Guelph, Ontario, an office in Vancouver, and more recently an office in Phoenix, Arizona. We have wind and solar projects operating here in Ontario, similarly Saskatchewan, Alberta, and hydro in British Columbia, and solar and wind assets in the United States that we're actively developing. More recently, the Ontario Independent Electricity System Operator has announced a number of upcoming power procurements. The IESO are seeking to acquire nearly 4,000 megawatts of new capacity-based power products by 2027. So they're launching multiple RFPs, but the main two that are for consideration bringing us here today is the expedited RFP and the long-term one RFP, where they're seeking close to 2,500 megawatts of storage generation and up to 1,200 megawatts of new gas-fired power generation to meet the upcoming electricity demands for the province.
So I'll do the project overview on what we're proposing. So we're proposing to co-locate an energy storage facility adjacent to the Bolsover, or adjacent to the Goodlight solar facility. We're looking at a project that's sized at 150 megawatts. So out of that 2,500 megawatts the province is seeking, we're looking to add 150 megawatts for a 4-hour total duration of storage. We'll use a lithium-ion type technology, and we're targeting to that first procurement cycle, which is targeting to be in service in 2026. So with this project, we're in the early stages of development, and we've done some initial environmental and regulatory work. We've done some initial and upfront engineering work. And now we're into the RFP stage and preparing our proposal to present to the IESO. As part of this project, there's also community benefits as well as engagement activities that have taken place. So as part of the project, there'll be some increases in local employment during the construction phases, as well as the operations phases for maintenance and additional ancillary purchases. It'll be new investment in the community. To provide additional municipal tax revenue to the tax base for this community. And additional benefit specifically to energy storage is grid stability. With these energy storage facilities, it adds a generating site with that storage right in your community. So when there's outages at power plants outside of your grid, that can still operate and maintain power of the community. In terms of engagement activities that we've partaken in to date, we've met with the municipal staff to prep for this meeting so that we're prepared. We have a project website on our webpage that we're constantly updating with more information as we get farther along in the process. We've hosted a community meeting in the community of Bolsover. That was on November 22nd, and we got good community engagement from landowners adjacent to the property and a good turnout. We are looking to partner with an Indigenous community on this project and are in the final stages of development on that activity. And we are here seeking municipal support for the project. So our next steps are to continue engagement with communities. So we are open to feedback from all members of the public and anyone. We have an email address. It's projects@blueearth.ca that we welcome that feedback to. We really take pride in how we incorporate feedback into our developments. We provide regular updates on the webpage, and we are targeting a proposal date of February 16th is when our proposals are due to the ISO, and we plan to hear back from that procurement process in May. So today we're seeking the next steps to look at a municipal support resolution from the Kawartha Lakes Council. And any questions that we can help answer on this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, comments? Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you, thank you for the presentation today. I'm just wondering, before council moves ahead with supporting this resolution, can I ask Director Hawley if you feel we have all the check marks in our boxes when it comes to the planning, official zoning for this project? Just, I don't think we can support a resolution if we don't have everything in place first.
Absolutely.
Thank you, through the mayor. When we met with Blue Earth in the fall, we did advise them that they do need to come forward with an official plan amendment and rezoning applications. Previously, ISO projects were exempt under the Planning Act, however, they no longer are. So they would have to come forward with Planning Act applications and go through that process. I believe we've had a pre-consultation with them, so they would understand what it was that they would need to submit for planning applications, but they still do need to submit those to us formally.
Councillor Warren.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, this is exciting. I was just wondering how many of these storage facilities initiatives that you have undertaken in different areas.
Good question. We're actively developing a storage project in Alberta. That one is about similar maturity to the Ontario projects that we're trying to develop. Similar to one project in I'm blanking on which region in the U.S. Sorry, I forget. But we are looking at storage projects in other regions of Canada and the U.S. But this is definitely our priority procurement process that we're paying the most amount of attention on and we're the most excited about.
Yeah, for context, in the province of Ontario, I believe there's only 54 megawatts of storage in operation today. It's a relatively new technology. So there hasn't been too many opportunities for utility scale energy storage facilities within Canada, and so we are trying to actively be at the forefront of this development. So we don't have any under our belts at this time, but we have been doing our due diligence to ensure that we're looking at the lessons learned from other projects across the world.
Okay, and through you, so you realize there's a process, and Mr. Hawley has told you what the process is, and then you gave a time frame. That seems pretty quick with going through the process. I'm not sure if that's, are you going to be able to meet the process time? You're saying February and then May, but there's a planning process that you have to go through.
Yes, for sure. And if we are successful with the ISO procurement and we are awarded the opportunity to execute a contract with the IESO, that would be May of this year. And then at that point forward, then it would be the official applications on the zoning amendments, the project plan, the building permits, as we, in all the supporting regulatory studies, that would be required before construction commences and before we're allowed to enter the field. So construction wouldn't start until sometime in 2025 and commercial operations in 2026. So we'll find out if we're successful in the procurement May of this year, and then following that, that's when all the official planning applications and supporting regulatory studies would be submitted to support the project development.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for coming in. Just a couple questions, 3 questions, but I'll try and narrow them down to 2. The first is I live in between 2 solar farms west of Dunsford, and I know these have started basically since 2014 in the city. There's been quite a few that have been built. Now, the environmental impact, that was my first question, of the lithium storage and the lead and the cadmium runoff from these solar panels. What have you done to recognize this? And it's not just here, it's everywhere, of the environmental impact that these panels have on the soil and the environment in the surrounding area.
So specifically speaking to the battery energy storage, we're currently working through environmental studies on the area that we're looking at. So we're looking at what area is suitable for development in terms of I guess ground contamination. The battery composition isn't composed of liquids. It's a solid state battery, so there's no risk of leaking. Beyond that, the batteries are stored in self-contained units similar to a CCAN that are contained. They also are environmentally controlled with heating and ventilation and cooling. So the environment is highly controlled with additional safety software is built in to constantly monitor the environment in which they're held.
Okay, and the panels themselves, they drain towards the ground. Do you test the water that's coming off off those panels on a regular basis, or will you be doing that?
In terms of the solar site itself, I'd have to refer back to our operations and that group. Today, we're hoping to focus just on the energy storage piece, but I can take that away and bring back an answer for you with our operating procedure on solar farms. Yeah.
And there's just, to wrap up, as far as noise, actually, they do make noise, and I'm just wondering, has that been dealt with? Because there's a lot of inverter boxes, the AC/DC boxes, and they make quite a screech, especially in a sunny day, a cold day in February. You can hear them screech like you wouldn't believe. I'm hopefully that problem's been resolved. And the other question I have is, next to where I live, these solar farms, the ownership have changed 4 times. Are you committed to a long-term ownership of this, or because I see this as a trend, like there's and that's only 6 or 8 years, they've changed hands 4 times the ownership. I'm just wondering, why is that? Why do they always change hands, and why is the ownership frequently changing on these projects?
So first I'll address the noise question, and then if Daryl wants to address the ownership question. So in terms of noise, we are actively doing noise impact assessments right now for these projects, reviewing the noise that comes from these sites. So we're using a company to do that and do a desktop assessment, and the requirements we're held to are quite strict. There's a 40 decibel limitation at all receptors near any renewable energy facility, and we are modeling that out and identifying properties in the area and how this site will impact those in terms of noise. And we're working through different site layouts and different mitigation techniques to ensure we're compliant with that requirement. In terms of ownership, I'll let Daryl handle that one.
Yeah, no, excellent question. Blue Earth prides itself on being a asset owner that owns and operates it for the life of the project. Our development model is to be a very proficient operator and hold the assets for their life cycle. Our business model is not develop and flip or develop and sell. All of our assets we have, we continue to own and operate There's only been one divestiture where we were the junior partner of hydro assets. All of our wind and solar projects we have not exited in Canada. So.
Councillor Seaton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. I would just say that the conversations that I'm hearing from Mr. Hawley all the way down to here, there's some great questions asked and answers for us to think about. A lot of consultation still to be had. We can hear that, including public consultation, which you said you were eager with your website to hear, and I'm looking forward to hearing that back from constituents as well. So with all of that in mind at this time, I wouldn't support a resolution of support, but certainly a motion to receive this and further consultation. I look forward to hearing more and as time moves on. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I just need clarification. Are we talking wind farms and solar farms, or strictly the storage facility that you want to put in?
Strictly the storage facility.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Perry.
Just very briefly, Mayor, thank you again for coming. It's exciting. I know that storage capacity, battery use is the future now and the next step of renewables, and I know everyone would love to have 4 hours of additional time in the case of a blackout. So thank you for the work you're doing. Definitely of interest. I guess my other question is, from your submission today, the footprint for the battery itself would be approximately 8 acres at the existing site. Is that correct?
Correct.
Great. Thanks very much.
Councillor Warren. Microphone, please.
Thank you for coming. This is really exciting. That's been, as Councillor Perry said, this is the next stage. We need to have storage to meet our targets. So I really look forward to seeing the process go forward, and I look forward to a more fulsome report so we can give you the go-ahead. Thank you.
So if I'm correct, you're looking to get some sort of support in principle for the project, is that correct?
Yeah, correct. We're not seeking project approval at this time. That's obviously not reasonable given the need to submit applications. What we're seeking is support that the municipality would be willing to engage and support the project, assuming that we go through all the necessary development steps, all the regulatory steps, all the necessary applications to seek full approval. In this case, it is an RFP with the ISO value add or indication to the ISO that this project is serious, is doing the right steps within the local communities to engage, support, and resolution. So think of it as a very, very preliminary municipal resolution support to support our bidding efforts into the ISO in hopes that we're successfully awarded a contract, knowing full well that we will, if we are successful, we will be back with full applications and full engagement and fully detailing what our project is in conjunction with all our regulatory studies and supporting information.
So you actually need a support in principle to do your RFP and get and be awarded the contract, is that correct?
So just to speak on that, in terms of the municipal support resolution, there's two parts. If we receive a municipal support resolution prior to the RFP deadline, this project will be awarded what is called rated criteria points. And my apologies for not mentioning this earlier in my presentation. I tried to condense it. What that does is it provides an incentive to the ISO to choose this project over a project in a different area of the province. It is a requirement of any successful project that gets through the ISO's selection to have a municipal support resolution in their hands within 18 months following May. So that gives the council as well as the developer the time to meet all those regulatory requirements and get everyone comfortable with the project. The reason why we're coming forward today is obviously to obtain those criteria points. We think this is a very valuable project for the province in this specific area, but also to understand what the level of interest is in the community, because we only want to participate in communities that want these in their jurisdiction.
Thank you. CAO, did you have something you wanted to add?
I think just, again, clarification through you, Mr. Mayor, and actually it was just explained in the deputy's sort of last update. This is sort of multi-stepped. The planning process is separate and distinct and down the line. So this is solely to gain traction with the IESO to be granted sort of in principle the project. And so the council support resolution at this stage, if council was comfortable supporting it, is simply to say advance, and there's additional points that these applicants would be eligible for. So sort of put them at the top of the list of the RFP. But regardless, however that then progresses in May, once those are issued, if this proponent is successful, then there's another cut at it again over the 18 months, and they are required, as the director said, to go through the concurrent planning approval applications, and those are public processes, as you know, with consultation.
Thank you. So we'll look for a motion to receive, support in principle, and refer to the council meeting of January 31st. Councillor Warren, seconder. Go ahead.
I'm not sure. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, through you. Just for learning experience in terms of legalese. So the words resolution of support, that's not unusual protocol for that to have contingencies involved, such as all the criteria we're hearing. That's not unusual.
It's in principle.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, we support the idea of it. We're not necessarily supporting that the whole project. They still have to go through all the steps.
And if another company, I want to know all of this in my head because it was an excellent presentation. By no means am I encouraging this, but I need to know the answers. If another company were to come forward and this group has done all this work and they've done all this research and had all these answers given back to them, are we saying with a resolution of support that all the boxes are ticked with Mr. Hawley and Swan so that this particular group has the project for sure? Or is it open at that stage to competition because conceptually we've said this is a good thing? It's just a question that went through my head. If it's foolish, I apologize.
My opinion would be that we would hear anybody who wanted to come forward, and we're supporting the idea of battery storage as a good idea, but we're not rubber stamping it and saying go ahead. All of the other things have to be in place. So I'm still looking for a seconder. Councillor Perry? Do you want to speak to it?
Yeah, it's only in principle. I mean, this is the next stage. I guess a question to staff would be for the next council meeting to maybe have a little bit more information, because we just got this today. I mean, it would probably help the rest of council be able to buy into this. Is that a possibility? It's a question through you.
Well, we're sending it to the council meeting of the 31st. At that stage, council can change it. They can do anything they want with it. They can decide just to receive it and not support it in principle.
I'm just wondering if a little bit more information could be ascertained for that council meeting to make people more buy into it a little bit more easily then.
It's pretty short notice.
I guess we'll have to do a bit of research. That's fine. Anyway, thank you.
Did you want to talk to it, Councillor Perry? No? The motion is to receive, that we are supporting it in principle and referring it to the next council meeting. Councillor Joyce?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. I just want to say, I think we have to say that Kawartha Lakes is open for business. And on that principle, I do support it, but to everybody's caution here, yeah, we have to know a lot more about the technology, what are the after effects, all the processes. But in principle, we have to say we're open for business and accept these types of applications. And plus, if this is a new technology, the way of the future, let's lead with it. If it's safe and environmentally sound and meets all those checks and balances, that has to be covered first. Thank you.
Yep. All in favor?
I'll second the motion.
All in favor? And that's passed. So, gentlemen, it's going to the council meeting of January 31st, and council will do some research and ask staff some questions, and at that time, we'll look to see if they continue to support it in principle. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Next present deputation is item 4.3, Minister's zoning order request for lands known as 405 St. David Street, Lindsay, also known as Riverwalk. Mr. Brian LaFour. Thank you for coming.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to this committee. We represent a group of 36 homeowners residing on both Barron Boulevard and St. Peter Street in Northeast Lindsay. We come to you today to voice our concerns over the conceptual project plan for the lands known as 405 St. David Street, which was presented to Council on September 27th by Moldenhauer Developments. We understand that Moldenhauer Developments has a desire to expedite the various approval stages of the project by having Council apply for a ministerial zoning order, or MZO for short. In the interest of time, I'm going to condense some of the key points and assumptions contained within the document that you have been provided. Historically, this subdivision has endured different developers that have come and gone, a rezoning in 2013 for a project including a marina that to this day remains incomplete with only some of the utilities installed, and delayed occupancy permits. Within the minutes of a neighborhood meeting in September of 2013 pertaining to a rezoning application, two comments were attributed to Pat Dunn, then a member of Council. One, that rental units, condos, or multiplexes would detract from the whole community. And two, it would not be unrealistic for us to require that the lots be of a certain size, i.e. 50-foot frontage, or that the proposed buildings should blend in with the current character of the existing homes, i.e. brick and stone structures. Now we advance the clock to today. Our opposition is based on the following areas of concern. One, the overall size and density of the project. This project represents a population growth of between 16 and 18.5% in one neighborhood, and with the majority of the development as shown being outside the current urban settlement boundary. This amounts to a large concentration of dwellings in such a small amount of land, and is contrary to the 2020-2023 Kawartha Lake Strategic Plan on many fronts. Two, lack of cohesion with the existing neighborhood. The consistency of the neighborhood is paramount to our residents. As per Mr. Dunn's comments from 2013, we still do not consider it unrealistic to demand that adjacent buildings be of a similar style and utilize similar building materials to our existing neighborhood. In conversations with Mr. Aaron Young in the summer of 2022, this is not the case with this master plan. Three, traffic. Within the master plan, we only see two routes in and out of this project. Using the key assumption that you will find in your document, we determined that we will see an increase of between 2,800 and 3,200% of vehicular traffic on Simpson Road. Additionally, since we see that there's no space provision for additional schools, we must also assume that a daily stream of school buses will form part of the traffic pattern. 4, environmental. The Scugog River is part of the Trent-Severn waterway system, which we believe is managed by the federal government. Strict rules are in place to avoid contamination to the waterway or damage to the river embankment, marine life, and aquatic plants in the watershed. We believe that the proposed density of people, traffic, and buildings will seriously impact the local bird and wildlife populations along this part of the river. We also feel that a request for an MZO would sidestep environmental protections. 5, project timelines. As a community, we consider 7 to 10 years an unacceptable amount of time to tolerate the ongoing upheaval of living next door to a construction zone of this magnitude. These disadvantages would include, but are not limited to, a constant array of construction vehicles in and out, foreign matters on existing roadways, noise pollution, and air pollution in the form of construction dust. The above will surely have negative impacts on our abilities to enjoy our private outdoor spaces and even open our windows for 7 to 10 years. Existing infrastructure and services. There are well-documented and publicized issues within all facets of our healthcare system. While we realize these services are under provincial jurisdiction, we can't help but feel that a project of this magnitude will worsen an already chaotic situation. While we would also assume that the local utility providers would be part of the ongoing processes, we have a few concerns. Firstly, are the buildings being built with provisions for electric vehicles? As the federal mandate is for EVs to be 60% of sales by 2030, will Hydro One be able to supply the demand on this scale? Or will we be subject to brownouts? Is the proposed marina public or private? What roadwork will be required to facilitate utility upgrades for water, sewage, etc. for this project? And what would those timelines be? And would it be concurrent within the 7 to 10 year project plan or after the project is complete and traffic is already at a standstill? 7, the misuse of an MZO. MZOs are generally used for urgent projects. If this development is requiring 7 to 10 years, then we fail to see why an MZO is required. There is no need to bypass existing processes and hence limit public consultation and overall due diligence. Lastly, we do have requests for the key players. To Moldenhauer Developments, we'd like them to go back to the drawing board and provide us with a revised design that addresses, alleviates, or eliminates the concerns of our neighborhood. And to City Council, we ask that you do not initiate, follow, or support any MZO pertaining to the lands in question. 2, we ask that you support our suggestions that Moldenhauer Developments make amendments to the project plan as communicated, and 3, follow existing processes. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time today.
Thank you. I'll get you to stay there just in case there are any questions. Any questions from Councillor Ashmore?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the deputant. You had mentioned you weren't sure whether there were public or private docks and access points. Are you referring to the property that's beside it, or obviously this project is a private?
No, there's a marina actually in place that was started but abandoned. So that same marina is part of the project plan. So our question is that going to be public or private?
Okay, and have you had any answers from planning on that, or?
No.
There is a presentation in this committee of the whole from the developer, so it may be a good idea to ask that question. Any other questions of the deputant? Seeing none, can I have a motion to receive the deputation? Councillor MacDonald, Councillor Smeaton, all in favor? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming. So we'll move on to correspondence. Item 5.1 is correspondence regarding Bill 109, the More Homes Built Faster Act 2022, relating to item 6.4 on the agenda from the Honorable Steve Clark, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing. Can I have a motion to receive? Deputy Mayor Richardson, seconder, Councillor McDonald. All in favor? That's passed. Item 5.2, correspondence regarding the More Homes Built Faster Act 2022, relating to agenda item 6.4. Jennifer Keys, Director, Resources Planning and Development Policy Branch, Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry. I have a motion to receive, please. Deputy Mayor Richardson, Councillor Ashmore. Any questions or comments? All in favor? That's passed. Item 5.3 is open letter of concern and appeal, Geranium Home, Kings Bay, by Mike Wilson and Renee Wilson. Can I have a motion to receive, please? Councillor Joyce and Councillor McDonald. Questions or comments? Go ahead, Councillor Joyce.
Yes, Kings Bay is in my ward, Ward 4. I just want to say to Michael and Renee Wilson and all the residents in Kings Bay that I am fully involved in the project as my councillor duties permit. I'm fully aware of the situation and will communicate all things going forward to the residents on an as-need basis. You're welcome to call me, email me anytime. Thank you.
Thank you. All in favor? And that's passed. Item 5.4 is a request for parking lot maintenance at Cowans Drive and Peace Road by Ms. Jacqueline Rodo. Can I have a motion to receive? Councillor Ashmore, seconder. Councillor Perry. Comments?
Yes. The reason that the parents have brought this to our attention, they brought it to my attention, and to the two respective school board trustees that are in that area, and they worked on it as well, and they gave input. They have some really legitimate concerns if you're familiar with this area, and basically what I would ask for, if I could ask a motion to receive, which is, as it has been received, but for Public Works staff to look into what it would cost just to clear that area a little bit more. Like, it's not a very big area, and we own that area, so the students can get on the bus there, the parents can be there with them if they're small. It's just a safety concern. This is going to go to the CPAC committee. I'm bringing it to the CPAC committee, and because it's quite concerning to the parents in that community of Cowans Bay that this be resolved. So I was just looking for.
So why don't we receive it, and we can do that at January 31st council meeting?
That sounds good.
Okay.
Yep.
Councillor Smeaton, did you want to?
I just wondered if I could ask one quick question, so I have something for the next 2 weeks.
Absolutely.
Of Director Robinson, is that okay?
Sure.
It's probably a really naive question, but I thought I'd ask you. Is it ever normal, is it ever practice that the city could encourage the school board, like in this particular situation, is it ever done that the contract knowledge is performed by the city, but that the bill for such is on the school board, since the bus is picking up students that they've agreed would be picked up in this spot? Is that an unusual suggestion of, like, has that ever happened before? So the school board pays, the individuals who have the expertise would say, well, sure, this is how you, I don't, like, does that ever even, or am I just, sorry.
CAO, do you have?
Or is that something that could be thought about and someone get back to me next time? I should have just maybe asked after the meeting. Came into my head.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just generally, I'm not aware of financial arrangements between the school board when you're making a decision on these items. We normally don't work collaboratively with the board, so it may not be a costing issue there. It might just simply be a routing issue. So I think we're ongoing and regularly talking to them about options. Is this the best bus stop, for example, in the first place? And so I think that's something that we would want to continue to do with that partner. But no, I'm not aware of financial arrangements.
Councillor Joyce?
Sorry, Councillor Smeaton was asked my question. I was just wondering why the school board declined going down Cowan's Drive if it's a safety issue. To me, that's the simplest solution versus plowing a parking lot that when it snows heavily may not get to in time for the children anyways.
They're not generally forthcoming with their reasons.
We can always ask.
Councillor Warren. Microphone.
If it's our parking lot, then I think we should be looking after it, so it's safer. So, just a comment, thank you.
Councillor Ashmore.
Just to mention, there's actually 2 school boards involved here, the Trillium Lakelands and the Peterborough Clarington Catholic School Board, because these students go to St. Luke's. However, as you know, the transportation is all linked together now, and both boards, they share all these responsibilities, so both of them are involved, but we need to be involved as well, I think, as Public Works and as the city of Kawartha Lakes. So I guess we'll talk about it council meeting in 3 weeks. Thanks.
So do I have a motion to receive? Yeah. Councillor Ashmore, seconder, Councillor Warren. All in favor? That's passed. Next item is request for parking lot maintenance at Cowan's Drive and Peace Road relating to agenda item 5.4. Mr. Matt Morrissey, can I have a motion to receive? And we're already taking action on that, so. Councillor McDonald, seconder. Councillor Perry, all in favor? And last, again, 5.6 is a request for parking lot maintenance at Cowan's Drive and Peace Road relating to agenda item 5.4. Mr. Alan Boys and Marion Boys. I have a motion to receive. Councillor Ashmore, Councillor Warren, all in favor? Thank you. And item 5.7 is the last piece of correspondence, and it's Minister's zoning order request for lands known as 405 St. David Street, Lindsay, Riverwalk, relating to agenda item 6.2, Ms. Lynn Welsh. Can I have a motion to receive? Councillor Smeaton, seconder. Councillor McDonald, all in favor? Thank you. Item 6 is presentations, and our first presentation is item 6.1, is an overview of the Omimi Swans Club, and Ms. Jillian Cockrell, president of the Omimi Swans Club, is going to give us a presentation. Thank you for coming.
Am I on? I guess I am. Mayor Elmsley and councillors, thank you for this opportunity to present information regarding Swans Ontario and my own club, Omimi Swans. We are grateful for the support of Councillor Ron Ashmore and Deputy Mayor Tracy Richardson, who suggested and facilitated this presentation. Swans Ontario inaugural day was July 1st, 2021. However, over 2 years of planning and organization before this was how we started off with 20 clubs and approximately 300 members throughout Ontario. We are a volunteer organization who work to better and strengthen our communities. SWAN stands for Service, We Assist, Nurture, Support, and our motto is volunteering for a better community. Each Swans Club is autonomous and has full ownership of their club finances and how they live up to our name and motto. A club may work to support a single charity, cause, or even an individual school, or work to improve a local playground for neighborhood children. Or like my own club, support all aspects of our village, including the 3 schools and 2 hospitals in what we consider our catchment area. Swans do not own property. We do not have a large foundation to support, which frees up our clubs to donate the money we raise and the time we have to our communities. Swans Ontario asks only that what their member clubs do directly benefits their community and is not political. Swans Ontario have club, district, and Swans Ontario leadership levels. We also are founding members of Global Service Organization, which has member clubs from Canada, United States, India, Australia, Great Britain, and New Zealand. This is a cooperative group with no fees or dues. We meet 4 times a year via Zoom in friendship and to trade ideas and offer each other support. Many Swans members have over 40 years of volunteer experience with various other agencies and organizations. Swans Ontario hope to grow and sponsor more clubs throughout Ontario and spread across Canada and elsewhere. We offer great volunteer insurance through the Cooperators Group, training guidance, and financial sponsorship of new clubs. I personally hope our club, in conjunction with Swans Ontario, will help form clubs in the Lindsay and the Pontypool Bethany areas within the next year. Other relatively local clubs are in Peterborough, Norwood, Cannington, and Newmarket. In our first year, my own club, Omimi Swans, grew from 4 founding members to 15. We operate out of the Omimi Legion. As our first annual report shows, we donated almost $8,000 back into the Omimi area. This includes the purchase of a dedicated bench to complement the new splash pad planned for village children and a defibrillator unit for our Legion. We are on track to almost double those donations this year. Swans don't only raise money. We also have what we call service projects, which means we do things for our community to draw it together or just something fun we decide to contribute. Last Canada Day, we gave out almost 4 individual ice creams and over 5 gallons of cold brewed iced coffee as part of the celebrations at Omimi Beach Park. In September, we held a harvest supper at Trinity United Church, which raised $1,000, all of which was donated to the church. We did this because we knew the church was having trouble getting their members back after the long COVID shutdowns. We call this our Bums Back in Pews project. Swans Ontario began during COVID shutdowns under very adverse circumstances to begin a new volunteer organization. And yet our clubs have grown almost 20%, our membership. We have 2 new clubs and we have had inquiries and plans to form more. So we must be doing something right because we seem to be drawing new volunteers to us all the time in these times. Thank you for inviting me here today. I hope for council support in the future and that we will see you at some of our functions and events. Should any of you wish to help establish a club or think your municipality would benefit from a Swans Club, please contact me. We are on all social media. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the deputy? Deputy Mayor Richard.
Thank you, Jill, very much for coming and making this presentation today. And it's awesome to see your group, filling in some voids for volunteering in our community since COVID. So you guys are really making a difference out there. And when I'm done this council gig, I'll join up with you.
Yeah.
And just a quick question too. You mentioned expanding. Do you have goals of expanding right across the city of Kawartha Lakes?
Well, throughout Kawartha Lakes, we actually hope to spread out right through the country. We're talking to clubs that folded from another organization, hoping to get them reestablished under Swans. And my goal personally is to get more clubs in my area, which I will be approaching the library in Lindsay probably in February to set up a meet and greet and talk about a new club for Lindsay. And also I'd love to establish a club in Pontypool or Bethany or a combined club.
Well, thank you again for volunteering and all your volunteers. You're doing great work, so keep it up. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Councillor Ashmore.
Thanks. Thank you, Jill, for coming and for explaining and giving your talk about the Omimi Swans Club. Like, this group is a phenomenal group. I know when myself and Deputy Mayor Richardson are over in Omimi and witnessing what the work that you do, as well as other members of council. Mayor Elmsley's been there. You do a phenomenal job, and you started right at the worst of the lockdowns, and you're doing everything right. And the thousands of hours of volunteering that this group does is just amazing. And then the last year, the donation to the splash pad, which was great, much needed and much appreciated. The partnership with the Legion has been just the best partnership you could ever think of, and I think everybody's really happy with that. Just recently, Women's Resources and so many other clubs and individuals that you've helped, and I hope this spreads throughout Kawartha Lakes, because you've set the best example you ever could, and I want to thank you so much for all you've done.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. And yes, thank you for everything you do and your club and all your volunteers. I've said it many times that, you know, government can't do it alone. We need the folks out there who are volunteering to do the things they do, because we just can't get it all done. So thank you, and please say thank you to all your members.
I will. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have a motion to receive the deputation. Thank you. Deputy Mayor Richardson, Councillor Ashmore, all in favor? And that's passed. Our next presentation, item 6.2, Minister's Zoning Order Request for lands known as 405 St. David Street, Lindsay, Riverwalk. Director Holly and Dan Ridgway and Associates, Planning and Urban Design, the MBTW Group. Are you doing an introduction, Director? Or?
Yes, I am. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to introduce Dan Ridgway, an associate with MBTW Group. He's going to be providing an overview of the Minister's Zoning Order request by 405 St. David Group, the Riverwalk project. This project was presented in September of last year to the previous council. But it has the project has garnered a lot of interest from a lot of residents, and so therefore we felt that it would be good and beneficial for this council to have a presentation as well from the developer, so that you have an understanding of the project. When they presented last September, the goal was to bring a report back to you for consideration of the MZO request itself. We will still try to get that report back for January 31st. And we have had the MZO request out for review for different agencies, so we'll be coming back with a report in January. But just as a refresher, we felt it would be good if the developer could come and make a presentation to you. So I would like to introduce Dan Ridgway. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hawley, and thank you, everyone. Good afternoon. As you know, my name is Dan Ridgway. I am with the MBTW Group. We are the urban design and landscape architectural consultant here today representing the applicant. And while I am here speaking with you virtually, I'm also joined by the applicant, Mr. Michael Moldenhauer, who's in person in council chambers. We're here to represent to you, as Mr. Hawley said, this exciting new development proposal at the north end of the city along the Scugog River. And we call it the Riverwalk community. So as Mr. Hawley mentioned, some of you may have had an opportunity to hear about this proposal through some various meetings or the presentation that we gave last September. But we thought in order to best take advantage of your time today, we could take you through the vision of the new community, focusing on just some of the key elements. Afterwards, I'm going to, on behalf of our planning consultant, Mr. Darren Vella, who unfortunately couldn't be here today, provide a brief overview of the planning components and this specific application. So if we can load up the next slide, please. Perfect. So the approximately 17-hectare subject site is in the northeast Lindsay along the eastern shore of the Scugog River. It's accessed by the St. Peter Street and Simpson Road. And it's generally characterized now by a series of open spaces, which include natural, temporary agriculture, and purpose-built, such as an existing marina, as you heard already, and a stormwater management pond and drainage channel on site, which are in place from a development pursued by a previous owner. Next slide, please. So our vision here, our team has collectively prepared a community vision, and that really just begins to set the identity for the Riverwalk community. And we really envision that this community is going to be dynamic, resilient, walkable, a type of community that celebrates its rich natural history and, of course, its strong connection to the Scugog River. And so we propose to do that through these three pillars or goals. So number one being sustainable and healthy community. And we would do that through through building technologies and LIDs, having a connected street network. We, of course, encourage active transportation and through environmental stewardship, through preservation and opportunities for integration. And the second one being a high quality public realm. And we would do this through design continuity, so making sure that we have that continuity internally and externally to the site. We would want to establish key connections through a legible street network, and then, of course, an integration of a Riverwalk trail and boardwalk system connecting to the key community focal points and beyond. And then finally, a complete community, and that's through things like diverse housing options, for supporting aging in place, and of course, market attainability. And we would want to integrate a variety of community uses within the community itself. Next slide, please. So this is the proposed conceptual master plan. And what this is, it really implements the intersection of the existing conditions, the environmental features and analysis, the development objectives, and of course, the established vision that I just talked to you about a moment ago. The conceptual master plan, really from a macro perspective, it includes a primary main street, as you see through here, strategically located to maximize the development opportunities on the riverside, creating a destination, and it focuses its views to the west rather than to the east, which is towards the berm and then the correctional center further off. Has a variety of housing options that provide greater market attainability for purchasers that support community ideologies we hear about, like aging in place. So this is through including units like townhouses, apartment buildings, condos, and mixed-use buildings. And then a legible streetscape network and open space connectivity, and that provides linkages to a variety of key community focal points. So this includes things like parks and open spaces, lookouts, a publicly accessible marina precinct, recreation and natural areas, and most notably the Riverwalk trail and boardwalk system that you may see along the Scugog River. We want to promote active transportation while also fostering environmental stewardship opportunities. Next slide, please. So just to key in on a few of the special character areas that we wanted to highlight today, this is one of them, which is the Marina Precinct. And specifically, one of the key features of the marina is to utilize the grade change from the marina to the balance of the community. And you can sort of see that in the cross section at the bottom here. It's a bit of a drop down to the marina. So we would utilize the built form as a retaining wall, and we would terrace the central community spaces, and that allows to maximize connectivity through the space while creating little defined specific areas. So, for example, the marina's water edge versus the public piazza or plaza up further into the north. It has clear east, west, and north-south routes for pedestrians, and it encourages multi-seasonal uses of the space. So that's things like an ice rink, for example, in the winter. And we envision this to primarily be residential with a mix of uses on just the 2 floors directly accessible from both the lower and higher grades, just to remind of the cross-section here. And this would include things like restaurants, patios, general retail, water-related rentals, various outdoor markets, etc. And these are sort of the ideas right now. And then, of course, incorporating access to the Riverwalk trail system and boardwalk. Next slide, please. And so finally, the Riverwalk Trail is the second special community feature we felt worth highlighting again in just a bit more detail. So this travels along the Scugog River, taking advantage of the various grading conditions while also creating a connectivity loop with the primary main street at both ends. So and also potentially to future connections. It enhances the community after transfer station, and it does this by providing an opportunity to connect to a series of community focal points. And those focal points are things like the recreation area at the north, various lookouts that would be created along the community, the central marina precinct, and potential future links to other surrounding trails that would connect within the municipality. The master plan for the Riverwalk community, really just broadly speaking, it intends to also include interpretive landscape opportunities. So not only just within the trail that I was just talking about, but through the entire community. And while the detailed design has really yet to be prepared, the intent is to incorporate specific design elements to pay tribute, to tell a story, or to simply evoke a specific emotion or a memory. And this is a really important point because from a community perspective, it contributes to creating that sense of place, not only just by passing on information, but allowing a person to be immersed or to experience an idea there. So I could probably talk to you about this for another hour, but regarding the community, but we hope that this has a brief overview has piqued your interest in the community itself. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, I'm going to do my best to walk you through some of the salient planning components we wanted to highlight today, which are sort of important for the reason that we're here talking to you again in the second presentation. So just as a quick overview, in September 2010, Council approved a new official plan for the City of Kawartha Lakes, including a new settlement area boundary for Lindsay. So at that time, the entirety of the subject lands that we're here talking to you today about were within the settlement area. And in 2012, January 2012, there was a Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing approved the official plan, which is then was appealed by a number of property owners. So when we fast forward to February 2021, the city sent a notice in order to resolve certain appeals to the official plan and created these candidate sites that had been selected for potentially to be removed from the settlement area. So of note for that notice, our subject property here we're talking about today was not identified as a candidate site for removal within the notice. And unfortunately, the notice was actually sent to the incorrect address and wasn't even the same address as the municipal tax bill gets sent to. Next slide, please. So then in March 14th of 2022, our group was informed by the planning department that a portion of our property was removed from the settlement area as a result of what I was just talking to you about. And then in September 27th, 2022, last year, we made a council presentation, this same presentation, to provide an overview of the proposed development and to request council support for the MZO. And at that time, we received the council resolution, which I've attached here, to work with the applicant and MMAH to initiate the appropriate ministerial zoning order process, and then for staff to report back to the new council in January 2023. Next slide, please. So this is sort of the visual of what I was just talking about. So what you can see here is on the left side is the 2012 council adopted official plan. And on the right side is the 2022 OLT approved official plan. And you can see that the error that happened on behalf of the city resulted in the OLT approved settlement boundary to remove a significant portion of the development, although it hadn't been identified as a candidate site. And so we're here today to talk to you about the MZO because the process to modify the settlement boundary for inclusion to put it back into the settlement area is a really lengthy process that could take years to complete. Next slide, please. So as part of our application, our collective consultant team, we have a full suite of consultants. They prepared and submitted a series of studies to support the MZO for review and comment. So this includes the planning justification report and a draft ministerial zoning order that was submitted, an urban design vision brief, functional servicing report, environmental impact study, and a traffic brief. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, last presentation in September, we had requested for council support to proceed with the Riverwalk community through a ministerial zoning order, and that we had felt that the extenuating circumstances for the site had really just warranted a consideration for an MZO. And then council and staff would still possess, and this was an important point, the ability to work with the technical details and the associated with the application and through the plan of subdivision. And then the MZO would really just establish the principle of the development and accelerate the community master plan and the creation of the community itself. And today, just to add sort of to this conclusion, we are looking forward to receiving the September 2022 submission comments from staff and the staff report from January 31st council meeting upcoming. And of course, we look forward to continuing to work with the city on this exciting development and of course, answer and work with the community any comments that come in. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions here. Councillor Warren.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for coming. Can you tell me what temporary agriculture is?
Thank you for the question. So agriculture that is just being used on the site right now, I would have to refer to our planning consultant, but we had identified it as it's just currently being used as agriculture right now.
Okay, thank you. I've got a couple other questions if you don't mind.
Sure.
Were you thinking of doing a LEED development, having environmental development standards? And what would they be?
I think at this time, it would be hard to specifically narrow into like what the specific LEED options would be, but certainly as part of environmental stewardship and sustainability initiatives, there would be an opportunity through this application process to and the details of the plan to include items of sustainability that would include buildings that have LEED and sustainable technologies for sure. Things like EV charging or LIDs that I talked about, green roofs. So those are all sorts of things that can be looked at through the architecture and through the site plan applications.
Thank you. I have one more. And have you met with the local neighborhood folks?
At this point, I think there has been some meetings. I know that at the beginning we have a liaison, Aaron, who has been in touch with some of the surrounding members and some of the previous council. I'm not sure. Michael, our applicant, is in the audience there. If he wants to potentially speak to that.
Good afternoon. Hopefully you can hear that.
Thank you for coming.
So we had a series of, firstly I would say this, we're inheriting a plan that was already in place, and our intention is to be able to take what was there as a historical plan that we felt was quite dated. There's already an approved first phase of that plan with current infrastructure in place that I think accommodates close to 100 units in just the first phase of the site, which is the most southerly portion. Our intention was really for this community to be able to enjoy that waterfront, and our focus from a planning and development master planning standpoint was to be able to lead with that concept. This waterfront would be enjoyed more by the community than 20 homeowners that potentially would have backed onto the river, which would have been an older format of planning that would have, historically would have been seen, excuse me, on a site like this. My understanding is that we, not only have I walked the community in the early days of this acquisition, COVID put us kind of in an environment where there wasn't much public community engagement, so we are mindful of that. But the ward councillor, the prior ward councillor did have an opportunity, as I understand it was communicated back to us, to walk the residents along with the local representative to put the plan forward and address any issues or concerns. We'll continue to do that, obviously, through the site plan approval process. This is a concept plan. We're looking at this from a master planning standpoint at this stage, and so we engage as much feedback as we can. We've been doing this for a very long time. I've been doing it for over 35 years, and I can tell you that we have a demonstrable track record of working with communities. The types of concerns that we've heard today are not unique to any development application, and we will do our best to work with the community and try and address those concerns as best we can.
Thank you. Councillor Smeet.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, just a quick question. It says, look forward to receiving submission comments and the staff report for the January 31st council meeting. So we'll have that for the January 31st council meeting? Is that, I see it there. Is that something I can take note of that will be there on the 31st? So
I believe that's Mr. Hawley's plan.
Oh, sorry.
Through the mayor to the councillor, yes, we're endeavoring to get a staff report on for January 31st.
Councillor Joyce.
And thank you, Mayor, and through you. At issue here, the main issue, from what I understand, is the settlement area boundary. Is that the context we're looking at?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that is correct. The reason that we are approaching this application through the process that we are with the MZO is specifically related to the settlement boundary being changed.
Okay, thank you. I really like the plan with keeping the river front open to everybody as opposed to old style. Can you, in terms of percentage of parkland in that development, do you have a sense of percentage?
I don't have the specific percentage, but I can tell you that it would meet whatever the minimum requirements are, typically like a 5%, but likely more. There are lots of opportunities. I think there's 4 or 5 different park spaces, and we've certainly took an opportunity to utilize some of the areas that are adjacent to the environmental features, so that when you're within the actual maybe dedicated parkland spaces, you have the feeling that you are in a much larger expansive area because there may be trails or other environmental features directly adjacent.
The reason I ask is the recent Bill 23 has reduced the amount of parkland space. That's the minimums were reduced, and so I would encourage you to keep it higher. I guess this may be too early to ask the percentage of RGI housing in the mix? Rent geared in?
Certainly, yes, certainly a little bit early in the stage.
Okay, understood.
Yeah.
I guess my vast experience of one development only in my lifetime, I've seen the developer initiated a plan of 25 units that went to 44 units, is now trying to push into 49 units. I just would hope that this doesn't happen again, that type of scenario. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to Deputy. Just a question on the streetscape. I don't have to have too much detail, but have you looked into, because of the density of it, and looks like a very attractive proposal, but some subdivisions in Peterborough, for example, they have they leave the street open to pedestrian traffic, and vehicle traffic is in behind as service lanes. Are you looking at something like that so you would be able to have more open streetscape design? But I don't have to have a detailed answer on that, but
I can give a quick, if you could, somebody could pull up the plan again from the presentation. Maybe. Okay, well, in absence, there we go, perfect. So as you can see, the primary main street is actually envisioned to be an unobstructed main street. So what that means is that, and that's the plan, right? That's how the plan has been submitted from the concept. But what that means is that there's no driveways that would be directly accessing that primary main street. So the idea of having that open pedestrian-friendly streetscape. So it would be sidewalks on both sides of the street. There's likely one side of the street would have lay-by lanes. I know this is a lot of detail. These are just sort of ideas in terms of how we are structuring the plan itself. But the rear lanes would be accessing the driveways and the private garages for those units along the main street. You can see that in the plan here, the only units that actually have direct driveways to a street are the ones that you would see in yellow. And those are accessed off either a private local street or like an internal driveway, but not along the main street. Everything else would be rear laneway or underground parking.
Councillor Ashmore, did you have a question about the marina?
Fine, it was answered.
Okay. Councillor Perry.
Thanks very much for the presentation this afternoon. Just a quick question. You mentioned how the justification for applying for an MZO was due to the exemption of this strip from the plan and the appeals process. Have you, what means, if any, alternatively, did you look to deal with this in addition to your application for an MZO? Sorry.
Thank you for the question. I am probably not the best person to ask that question to. Our planning consultant, who again, unfortunately couldn't be here, would probably have a better answer for you on that one. I will defer back to them and we can get you an answer specifically on what has been looked at.
Your Worship, I apologize if this seems a little disjointed. We didn't have the benefit of having a municipal planner here. He had already booked this week to be off. We did want to be able to be responsive and be here today. So we'll do our best at responding to the extent that we can, and may have to take back something that we could bring back to you at council if we can't answer it. What I would suggest to you in response is that we don't believe there was any malintent as it relates to the errors that occurred. We did not want to see this drawn into a litigation situation where we had to litigate against the city to put the lands back in to the settlement area as a result. And so this was a dialogue that existed between the municipality and ourselves to come up with a solution. And not only was it dealing with a resolution to the settlement area issue, but it was also dealing, I think, it was a recommendation that was actually made to us. It was not our suggestion to do an MZO, quite frankly. It came at the request or the recommendation of the ward councillor at that time. And he had witnessed that there was a shortage of resources at the municipality in dealing with applications. Obviously, this is a large, significant master plan that needs to be addressed. And so I think we were dealing with a number of items, but predominantly the other avenues that would have been available to us would have been initiating litigation against the municipality that we didn't want to have to get drawn into.
Thank you for your response.
Councillor McDonald.
Yeah, thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your presentation. I have a couple questions there. One, I think I want to confirm that the marina is going to be public, I think I heard. And number two is I heard 10 years. Is that the timeline that you're planning on taking to build this?
I guess I'll start off. So I think that the timeline is a bit fluid. Currently, we're just working with the plan in terms of getting this application through with the MZO, and then moving forward. I think there may be some times that are from a servicing perspective, but yeah, we certainly can get back to you with potential timing.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Warren.
Thank you, through you. What kind of shoreline buffers are you going to have to protect runoff?
So the information submitted within our application within the EIS included some information about what sort of buffers were included. I believe they vary between 15 and 30 meters, but I want to quote me on that. I need to review the EIS that was submitted. But certainly buffers are taken into consideration to mitigate any environmental impacts.
And just one final question. How many parks are you looking at being part of this development? You said parks, so it was more than one.
Parks. So the plan here, just for clarity, the plan is to be a condominium development. So the idea here would be that everything in here would be one condominium, and then the road itself, even the primary main street, would be a condominium development. So the parks would be varied through there. I think there's one main park up in the northeast corner. There's a couple of pocket parks. There's parks around the shoreline and at key terminus points. I think what we focus on from a community perspective isn't necessarily the amount of parks, but quality and access to them. So what we try to do here is, rather than trying to get everybody into one specific gathering space, as we do kind of like with the marina here, we try to get people throughout to experience the entire community. And since we have such a vast environmental jewel being the Scugog River, we want to get everybody down there. So one of the key components you may see in this plan is sort of a north-south orientation of the building. So wherever you are in the community, you're always sort of drawn south towards the river itself.
Thank you for that. So it's condominiums, so it wouldn't be public. So other people within Lindsay would not be able to use those parks. Is that correct? Or would you?
Sorry, I guess I should. It would be accessible. So the idea is not to create. At least as part of this application and the presentation and the concept is not to be a gated community. It's just a condominium development. So it's a plan of subdivision with a series of blocks, and each of those blocks would be subject to a site plan. So it's just the buildings themselves would be a condominium tenure is the plan. But we certainly would, especially given that we're driving this to have mixed use opportunities, is to allow for the public to have access and use these facilities, including the marina, the green spaces, the parks. They're not closed off, gated parks. And you can see that by looking at the concept plan and noting that they're not hidden behind the buildings. They're along the main streets, so they're the terminuses, and even to the point of the Riverwalk Trail itself, potentially having connections to existing or future municipal trail connections.
Sorry, just further on that. So what do you expect of the city if this goes through, which anyway, from a parks perspective, it's always difficult to have more parks because there's only so much funding. Do you expect the city to take over those parks?
I believe because it's a condominium application, the parks would technically be under the purview of being private parkland dedication. So they would not be, I believe they would not be city dedicated parks. They would just be parks within, they would be considered parkettes or private open spaces. But they would be maintained and built by the developer.
Councillor Smeaton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just real quick, a few questions that were asked in Mr. Laforte's deputation that I just wanted to clarify really quickly with Mr. Hawley, if I can. They're just straight ahead. I'm sure. It says population Lindsay and 1,500 to 1,700 homes being constructed at 2.5 residents per, so 3,750 and 4,250 new residents. Does that sound about right? I'm not trying to suggest it's wrong. I just want to make sure everything here is correct. Does that sound about right?
Through the mayor, yes, that sounds about right.
Okay.
2 to 2.5 persons per unit.
Okay.
With a higher density, it's usually a little lower. So
all right, and then in that deputation, it said 7 to 10 years. Does that sound about right?
it would sound about right, yes.
And the last thing was Simpson Road in St. Peter. We referred, there's only 2 roads that merge at essentially the same spot. Simpson Road and St. Peter, this has the net effect of being one roadway. Does that sound, maybe that's a question for the developer even. That one seemed a little bit different than from what I'm seeing, but that could just be me. That's why I thought I'd ask that one. Because people ask me, right? So
I mean, I think one of the big issues with this takeaway on this project is obviously if it did come forward, we'd have to take a look at it through our transportation master plan to see whether or not essentially one way into the development would be acceptable or not. And it would have to go through the servicing master plan work that we're doing right now as well. It appears that from a transportation perspective, they're making a plan to link a road to the north end of the development, but I'm not sure to what extent that's been thought out through the proposal.
okay, and that's what I saw too, and that would be a bit different than what was here. So I just thought so that's in a developmental phase down the road, should there be one.
Certainly, yes. I mean, we would have to look at that through the transportation master plan work that is going to start. So obviously there's going to be road impacts. If you're looking at almost 1,800 units, there will be road impacts on Simpson and St. Peter, so transportation impacts. So we'll have to take a look at what upgrades would be needed.
Okay, any more questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you, gentlemen, for coming today and for presenting. Appreciate it, and I know you were here in September, and asking you to come back again is probably a bit onerous, but I think it's important that the new council hear directly from you on a project of this importance, and this importance to all of the people in the community. So I wanted to make sure that they got the information directly, and I do appreciate your time and efforts. Could I have a motion to receive the deputation, please? Councillor Warren, Councillor McDonald, all in favor? Thank you. We're going to have one more presentation, which will be on the growth management strategy, update and presentation by Leah Barry and Jamie Cook from Watson and Associates. So once we have that, we'll take a break. Okay?
Sounds good to us. Thanks a lot, Mayor Elmsley, committee members, council. Happy New Year. We're very delighted to be in a position today to introduce you to the city's growth management strategy project and provide an update on all of our activities so far. Just by way of background, the city's first and only other GMS was developed in 2010 when the province's population and employment forecast to the year 2031 was 100,000 people and 27,000 jobs. We commenced a new GMS following release of the province's updated forecast to cover an additional 20 years to 2051 per the updated growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe. So to plan for this additional growth forecast for Kawartha Lakes, the city awarded the project contract to prepare the new GMS to our consulting team at the end of February 2021. With us today is Jamie Cook, Managing Partner and Director at Watson & Associates Economist Limited. Also, he's our GMS Project Manager. With us also is Shayla Taku, an analyst with Watson. The consulting team also includes Dillon Consulting Limited on the planning and engagement side of the GMS project, and that work is led by Rory Baksh, Partner and Strategic Consultation Advisor at Dillon, as well as Kelly Martel, Senior Planner and Lead Facilitator with Dillon. Jamie, Shayla, welcome. Jamie, please take it away.
Thank you, Leah, and good afternoon, members of the committee and Mr. Chair. It's a pleasure to be able to speak to you today to present to you some of the key findings, and as well as our approach and schedule related to the growth management strategy that Leah just introduced to you. So I'm going to jump right into the presentation. We're going to have about a 15-minute presentation. Shayla, if you could pull up the slide deck, we'll jump right into it. And while Shayla's doing that, some of the key aspects of the agenda are to provide a bit of background on the project work to date, as well as our approach and methodology. We'll then get into a summary of key findings, and then talk a little bit about our approach to the community land use assessment and the preliminary land use assessment, and then wrap up with next steps. So Shayla, if I could get you to turn to slide 2, we'll just jump into the purpose of the study. So the purpose of the study is to provide a long-term assessment of future growth and associated urban lands, as well as the development of a long-term growth management strategy to inform the completion of the city's MCR, Municipal Comprehensive Review, in support of the city's official plan update. So under Section 26 of the Planning Act, we need to complete this in accordance with the Growth Plan 2019, as well as the land use assessment methodology that was updated back in 2020, which provides provincial guidance for the conducting of land use assessments for Greater Golden Horseshoe municipalities in Ontario. On the next slide, I wanted to just talk a little bit about what actually is a comprehensive review and a growth management strategy. So an MCR, or a Municipal Comprehensive Review, is a key part of the official plan review process. It essentially establishes a long-term vision and planning framework for municipalities in the Greater Golden Horseshoe. And generally, it's designed to foster a sustainable approach to future residential growth and economic development, balancing the demands for long-term growth and urban development and sustainability from a triple bottom line perspective. Looking at the GMS, there's a number of key growth-related components that we'll be completing as part of this study. Some of those key aspects of the growth management strategy include a long-term population, housing, and employment forecast out to the year 2051, a review of intensification targets and greenfield density targets, a review of long-term urban land requirements, again, out over the next 3 decades throughout the municipality's key urban settlement areas, as well as strategic recommendations with respect to planning policy over the long-term planning horizon. The study is being conducted over a 2-phase approach. The first phase is the assessment of technical findings, and the second phase represents a summary of key strategic recommendations regarding planning policy and long-term development policy. On the next slide, I wanted to speak a little bit to the project schedule. So as Leah mentioned, the project was initiated back in March of 2021. And since that time, we've conducted a significant amount of work and made considerable headway with respect to the project. The first year of the project really was spent on initial research and data collection, as well as work plan development. In 2021, we also established a program task force. That task force was comprised of 8 local residents and 1 council representative. It was a critical component of the overall stakeholder consultation process, which Leah will speak to. Ultimately, it was designed to represent a diverse set of interests across the community in establishing key issues and directions with respect to the GMS. Since the establishment of the task force, we have had 4 task force meetings. The current task force did end their term back in 2022 in September. A new task force has been established, consisting of 2 past members as well as 3 new members. We will be presenting the draft findings to the new task force likely the next month in late January or early February. Just moving on in terms of some of the key other aspects of work that we completed. One of the key deliverables was the completion of a discussion paper back in early 2022. This really represented an overarching report discussing key growth management issues and opportunities facing Port of the Lakes, which also addressed the urban growth pressures that the city faces over the next 3 years, and a number of the key demographic, economic, and planning matters that we'll be tackling throughout the project. In terms of the technical work, we're now in early 2023. We've now finished the majority of the draft phase 1 technical work in draft. We've had discussions with staff at the senior management level and director level. We're now getting ready to, as I mentioned, present the draft findings to the task force. And then from there, we'll be moving on to finish the technical work throughout the first 2 quarters of this year, and then finalizing the strategic recommendations component of the study throughout the remainder of 2023, and aiming to wrap up the project by the end of 2023 or early 2024. A key component of the study has been also related to stakeholder engagement and public participation. And so I'm going to turn over to Leah. She's going to mention a few things about our consultation process to date. Leah?
Sure, thanks, Jamie. So at the beginning of September, we notified about 100 stakeholders and interested parties through an e-blast that our jump-in page was live. We updated our planning and development webpage with a link to that jump-in site. We had a series of other e-blasts that went out as well to the project task force, to our team in the planning division for their awareness, given our daily interactions with members of the public and from the development community who were very interested in the project and how it's progressing. Through an all staff communications alert and the weekly Friday alerts to council and to the city's senior management team. We, of course, notified our external legal team and related parties for their awareness, given the intersection of the growth management strategy project with the official plan appeals that are all still presently in front of the Ontario Land Tribunal. So we worked with Ryan Cowson from the city's CAM team, as communications, advertising, and marketing, to blast recurring social media notices through September. This worked really well to drive traffic to the Jump In page. The project was a recurring item on the weekly Jump In newsletters. We issued a news release also through the city's newsroom, and that was picked up by other media, like the Peterborough Examiner, which provided additional exposure. We tracked the activity on the Jump In page through the fall, in particular to gauge interest and participation in the surveys and the forms that we developed for the website. The site analytics tell us a lot about the traffic that the site was experiencing. About 450 visits during that period, with an average of about 50 visits per day. We saw 55 engaged visitors, and those are members who participated in surveys. About 130 informed visitors, and those would be, I refer members, but simply put, these are participants to the website. So these informed visitors would be ones that downloaded documents and visited multiple pages related to the growth management strategy project. And then 345 visitors who were aware, and this means that they visited at least one of the pages on the site. On top of website traffic and survey responses, we received additional emails from the community across the project email address, gms@kawarthalakes.ca, as well as to my email address at the city. In total, we received 17 growth proposal requests from the community, and about 45 people participated in the preferences survey. Some general themes that came out of the results of that preferences survey included both concerns and questions. From the concerns perspective, these were concerns with traffic, congestion on roads, impacts of growth on existing infrastructure, current levels of service and impacts of the growth on our facilities, hospitals, grocery stores, and housing affordability and housing choice. There were questions we received about understanding the development planning process better and about how this project is linked with other municipal initiatives from the planning division perspective that included the active transportation master plan. So now that the surveys are closed and the project is in its analytical second phase, we're reviewing all of the growth requests that we received. We're considering all submissions as factors contributing to the draft growth management strategy that is to follow. Jamie, that summarizes the consultation we've undertaken. I'll turn things back to you.
Thank you so much, Leah. So we'll move now on to some of the more technical aspects of the study. Just to provide a bit of background, I'm going to just explain a little bit about the growth management approach and specifically focusing on the land needs assessment methodology. So as a component of the growth management analysis or strategy, we are conducting a long-term assessment of urban land requirements, as I mentioned. We're looking at over a 30-year time horizon as required through the Places to Grow document, as well as the provincial policy statement. And when we're looking at long-term land needs, we are really focusing on the urban settlement areas within the municipality. And this is a direct requirement of the land needs assessment methodology that's prescribed by the province through the growth plan. And so, as you know, there's 4 key urban settlement areas that are identified in the official plan, including Lindsay, Fenland Falls, Bobcaygeon, and Omimi. So our focus is, when it comes to urban land needs, is going to be on these 4 urban settlement areas. That doesn't mean that we're not looking at the broader rural settlement area framework and remaining rural area when we're looking at the growth management strategy. We do recognize that there are a number of hamlets and rural settlement areas. It's 30 in total within the municipality, and these areas are very essential to the overall economic development of the municipality. They do form important rural service centers to the surrounding area, and they are essential to the future economic growth and development of the municipality. So there will be policy recommendations that will touch on both urban and rural land uses within the growth management strategy, but for the purposes of the technical quantitative analysis, it will be limited to the 4 urban settlement areas. Next slide. So I also want to just discuss this sort of nomenclature when it comes to the urban land or the land use assessment methodology. When we're looking at urban lands, those urban lands are divided essentially to 2 broad buckets. The first is community areas, and so community areas are essentially where people live. So this is areas where we have housing, but it also includes areas where we see population-related employment, so commercial uses, institutional uses would also be included in community areas. So when we're looking at urban land requirements, we're looking at land needs within areas that are designated within these community areas. And then we're also looking at employment areas. So employment areas are essentially where the jobs are, particularly the jobs that are accommodating industrial type development, as well as the employment supportive uses that also assist those in those industrial developments. So those are the 2 broad buckets, and these are important because there are specific policy requirements that also go along to determine how we assess the land requirements in these two broad buckets. Next slide. So turning to the overall long-term growth forecast for the City of Kawartha Lakes, the long-term projections are set out in Schedule 3 of the growth plan. The growth plan was consolidated in 2020. It was last updated in 2019, but amended in 2020 to extend the forecast out to 2051. At that same time, the land use assessment methodology was also updated. The Schedule 3 population for the City of Kawartha Lakes is 117,000 people and 39,000 jobs by 2051. So this represents an increase from the 2021 census and existing employment estimates of about just under 36,000 people and about 16,000 jobs. Now, it's important to recognize that these projections they represent minimums. This is a change to how the growth projections in Schedule 3 are to be perceived. The previous growth plan would have essentially identified the ceiling for growth, and now this is essentially the floor for development. So this represents the minimum requirement that we are required to achieve over the next 3 decades. We will be considering a range of forecasts, including a low and a high forecast, given the significant urban development potential, the number of applications, including MZOs, and the outward growth pressure that the City of Kawartha Lakes is facing. We do want to make sure we've assessed all the potential ranges of growth that we feel are potentially possible or likely over the long term, and then ultimately we'll be landing on a preferred or recommended scenario through a further evaluation of these of the 3 scenarios. But this is essentially the reference scenario that is provided under the growth plan. And on the next slide, if you look at how the city is tracking to the growth plan, you can through its official plan, you can see that the current official plan identifies a total population of about 100,000 by 2031. And when we look at the 2021 census, we can see that we are actually tracking quite a bit below that 2021 estimate in the official plan by, as I said, by about 10,000 people. And what really I think is what's caused this potential shortage in terms of how we're tracking is really when you look back through the 2006 to 2016 period, you can see the City of Kawartha Lakes did see relatively sluggish growth from 2006 to 2016. We saw negative growth actually from 06 to 11. And when you look at what was happening back in that time period, we were experiencing a relatively slow recovery from the economic downturn from 2008 and 9. That downturn did hit Kawartha Lakes quite hard with respect to the local job market, as well as the attractiveness to the area for residential growth. We started to see a rebound in immigration and net migration from other parts of Ontario to Port of the Lakes by around 2014, 2015, and we've been on a fairly steady trajectory of growth since that time period. Since 2020, COVID has had an accelerating impact on growth. We saw a significant development with respect to housing in 2020, 21, and 22, but we are now starting to see demand for housing starting to dissipate in the later half of 2022 as the permit data is coming in as a result of current mortgage tightening and monetary tightening we're seeing by central banks. So we would expect to see the 2023 period starting to cool relative to what we saw in 2020 and 21. But the general sense is that the trajectory for growth is stronger. It will be higher over the long term. We could see some relative weakness in economic growth and housing growth in the near term, but the long-term trajectory for growth is much stronger than it has been in the past. But having said that, because of this relative shortfall to the 2001 census, we don't feel we'll likely be back to, under the reference scenario, the 2031 population number by 31. Under a higher scenario, that's likely possible, but not under the reference scenario. Relative to historical growth that you can see on the right, we're projecting the growth rate to double over the next 30 years relative to where we've been over the last 20 years. The next slide. So this gets into the housing forecast for the City of Port of the Lakes. We've summarized the housing forecast in 5-year increments from 2021 to 2051, and then we've also compared that to the historical trends from 2001 to 2021. A few key observations are that we're expecting to see significant housing growth over the next 30 years. We're projecting an average of about 540 units a year. That's comparable to about 300 units over the last 20 years on an annual basis. The averages shown here are shown in 5-year increments. A couple other key points I wanted to make is that even though we've seen strong growth from 2020 and 21, a lot of that growth hasn't materialized yet into the census data, given the lag between the permits and the time it takes for units to get occupied. So we do expect to see the 21 to 26 period continue to strengthen relative to 16 to 21. And then through the 26 to 31 period, we expect to see even further growth as a result of the demand starting to materialize from a number of the larger developments that are in the approvals process now, including a number of the key MZOs that have been approved to date. We would expect to see the rate of growth for housing starting to moderate over the long term, and this is really a result of a more broader macro trend related to slower growth economically throughout Ontario and the Greater Golden Horseshoe, really related to the aging of the population and the labor force over that long-term period. So we would expect to see the peak period for growth happening in the early part of the growth as opposed to later in the growth period. You can also see that we've identified the growth by structure type, or sometimes what's referred to as density type. And so low density housing essentially represents single and semi-detached, medium it's townhomes, and high density is typically apartments, including condos and rental apartments. Over the long-term period, we'd expect to see a continued shift towards a greater share of medium and high density housing. And that's, again, largely driven by the aging of the population as well as declining trends in affordability going forward. I do also want to mention that it's important to recognize Bill 23 here in this slide on housing. As you know, the province has identified the need to accommodate 1.5 additional homes over the next 10 years. And in doing so, it's targeting stronger growth for most of the Southern Ontario municipalities out there over the next 10 years, including the municipality of Port of the Lakes. When we look at the overall relative growth identified in the background work to Bill 23, it is stronger by about 3,000 units over that 10-year period relative to our reference forecast. Now, it's important to recognize that Bill 23 analysis is a target. It's not necessarily a forecast or a projection. but it is important to keep in mind what is in the background of that Bill 23 analysis. And I can speak to that in greater detail if you have questions. Next slide. So I wanted to focus on the employment forecast as well. So this is a summary of the long-term employment projections. You can see that we've had some declines in recent years. I mentioned some of the economic challenges that occurred post the 2009 economic downturn. The impacts of COVID have also been identified through our 2021 estimate. We have seen a significant rebound in employment and labor force conditions since 2021, and we are anticipating that the trajectory for employment growth will also be significantly stronger over the forecast relative to the historical trends. And that's really driven by a few factors. One, stronger population is going to generate stronger demand in population-related employment, sectors like retail, accommodation of food, personal services, education, healthcare, as well as tourism-related employment. We've also seen a gradual recovery in the manufacturing sector, and then while we don't expect to see this sector being a high-growth sector in the future, we are starting to see stabilization in manufacturing. We have for the last several years, and we would expect to see some moderate growth in certain sectors, predominantly those related to advanced manufacturing. We also expect to see growth in wholesale trade, construction, warehousing and transportation, as well as utilities. And lastly, work at home employment is also factored into this forecast as well, which is anticipated to be quite strong over the projection period. The line graph here, what that's identifying is the employment activity rate. So that's measuring the share of jobs to population. So you can see between 2006 and 2021, we did see a decline in the overall share of jobs to population through that declining employment trend. But over the long-term period, we are expecting to see a gradual increase in the activity rate. So this means ultimately, though, that in order for this to happen, the employment is growing at a faster rate than the population, and there are some upward limits on how fast the employment forecast can grow given access to labor. So this is ultimately a constraining factor to seeing stronger employment growth over the long term. The demand may be there, but the labor force will likely act as a constraining factor. Next slide. I won't get into all the details of the employment analysis today, but I did also want to mention that in addition to looking at how much growth we're expecting to accommodate by sector, planners are also interested in understanding where is that growth going to occur on the ground within those community areas and employment areas. And so the PRE reflects population-related employment. This is generally the employment that's accommodated in community areas, including retail and schools and healthcare. And then ELE is employment area employment. So this is the employment lands employment. So this is our industrial type employment. That can be accommodated both in urban areas and in rural areas. We see a combination of both employment in unemployment areas in both urban and rural settings. And then there's also a small portion of employment outside of the urban area and rural area. Next slide. So I want to now turn briefly to some of the preliminary findings with respect to the land use assessment. And we're not going to get into all the details today, but I want to provide some key highlights. And the first highlight is looking at the supply of housing potential within the city of Kawartha Lakes. And this is specifically looking at the urban areas within Kawartha Lakes. In total, we have a supply of about 19,000 potential units. 6,000 of those are in active applications. About 6,400 have been identified of potential units on vacant lands that are designated for development in greenfield areas within the existing urban boundaries. We also have an additional 6,600 units identified through MZOs. Most of these units are outside of the existing urban areas of the municipalities' forest settlement areas. Important to note that this the additional 6,600 units does not include the Riverwalk proposal for about just under 1,800 units. If we add Riverwalk, that would then bring our total MZO number to about 8,400. So when we look at the amount of supply and compare that with the demand for housing, the PPS, the provincial policy statement, requires us to look at near-term demand for housing and supply of a 3-year period as well as a 15-year period, and then we can go out to the long-term horizon, establish the growth plan of 30 years. When we look at that 15-year horizon, we've identified a need for about 7,400 units based on that reference scenario. So you can get a sense of what the demand for housing would be relative to the supply. Shows us that there's a significant amount of supply potential when we include not only the unit potential on designated lands, but when we also add in the MZOs. Next slide. So as I mentioned, we're required to undertake a long-term land use assessment. There is a projection methodology guideline, land use assessment guideline document that has been updated by the province. The document is intended to be less prescriptive and more simplified than previous land use assessment methodologies. However, there are a number of steps that we still have to go through. There's really 6 in total, and I'm not really going to go through all of them in detail today. But the general summary is that we're required to look at population and housing in these community areas, then assess the supply of the housing within intensification areas and greenfield areas to accommodate both people and jobs. And then ultimately we look at a prescribed density within greenfield areas to establish what the community area land need would be to accommodate that growth over the next 30 years. And we'll provide more details of that when we get into the next phase of work and presentation of the final findings. But ultimately, what we're essentially doing is comparing that demand for urban land with the supply to identify if there's a need for urban expansion. And then from there, if there's a need that's identified, location options would need to be identified for future urban settlement and expansion within the particular settlement areas where the need has been identified within the municipality. Next slide. So there's also a methodology required for employment areas. In total, there are 4 key components. Again, it's essentially an equation of looking at demand for employment areas, comparing that to supply to then look at needs for urban expansion for employment areas. I would also note that through this process, we are permitted to look at the conversion of employment areas to non-employment uses. So this is an exercise that we're going through now to look at designated employment areas to ensure that they are properly designated to accommodate industrial type development over the long-term period, or if a conversion is being recommended to a non-employment use. So that concludes some of the details. I'll just get into just a final concluding slide, and then we can talk about next steps. So as I mentioned, we are anticipating steady population and employment growth for the city of Kawartha Lakes over the next 3 decades. We're anticipating to reach a population of 117,000 people and 39,000 jobs by 2051 under the reference forecast or the medium forecast. Based on our initial analysis, the city does have sufficient supply of residential lands to accommodate the 15-year housing for demand housing that we've identified. Again, as I mentioned, over the next several months, we'll be providing a more detailed assessment of the city's urban land needs. We'll also be looking at varying growth scenarios, looking at increased intensification, lowering the intensification target if that is a likely outcome or recommended outcome, as well as different approaches on greenfield density to test the sensitivity of the city's long-term urban land requirements. And then this will be followed up by strategic planning policy recommendations. Next slide. So in closing, in terms of the next steps, we've had 5 task force meetings to date. We are planning approximately 10 task force meetings in total. We are planning task force meeting 6 later this month or early February. We'll then be working through our technical work through the first 2 quarters of this year with the task force as well as city staff and members of senior management team and the technical advisory team. We'll then be presenting the draft results in more detail to you in the summer of this year. Following that, we'll get into the phase 2 work in Q4 of 2023, followed by a presentation to council on the final results, likely scheduled for sometime in December of 2023. So that concludes my presentation. Apologize, I did go a little over time, but happy to take any questions you have at this time.
Thank you. Thanks very much for the presentation. Deputy Mayor Richardson, you have a question or comment?
I do, thank you, and through you. Great presentation. Definitely is complex. I'm wondering, as you are the professionals, the consultants, I did read somewhere that the government's proposing to integrate the provincial policy statement with the growth plan. Is that going to create some other planning issues for us moving forward?
Yes, it's a great question through you, Mr. Chair. That is correct. The Bill 23 has identified the potential for further consultation to integrate the growth plan and the provincial policy statement. At this point, it's really not clear exactly where the province is going to be going exactly with the integration of that document. I can only speculate at this point where they're going, but I would say that it's probably fair to say that they're not going to be looking to create a process that's going to create more complexity or they're not going to be likely more prescriptive in terms of how the two documents work together. So we'll have to wait and see what comes out of it, but I think generally the approach by the province is to try to simplify the process and be more really dealing with an outcome-based approach. So we'll have to wait and see ultimately what comes out of this process.
Great, thank you. And obviously we don't have any timeline on that. So it's pretty clear looking at this that we're going to be growing up, not out. And I think all of us are, looking forward to seeing how we are going to strategically plan when it comes to providing those services to all our new homes in the area. So we're definitely looking forward to some more information on this. So thanks again for the presentation today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perry.
Thanks very much, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation and to staff for putting it together. All the facts and figures and data are obviously key in aiding council in our decision-making process. I think all will agree that growth is one of the, if not the most challenging issues ahead of us in the coming years here locally. Not only in terms of infrastructure to accompany growth, but also, how we keep our communities strong and our charming rural feel, which is why we love it here and why people are seeking to move here in the first place. I had the honor of being on this task force as a resident before being elected to council. So I want to thank and acknowledge the work of the half dozen or so local residents from across Kawartha Lakes who also work and are working on this strategy. Councillor Ashmore served and now Deputy Mayor Richardson. Just two questions if I could, and perhaps an encouragement. In terms of the consultation process, and I know, Leah, you definitely outlined what's been done to date. My encouragement would be, though, that it's all been electronic or virtual so far. And given the importance of this issue, I know we talked about this when I was on the strategy task force as well, the need to have in-person, now that COVID is over, in-person consultation. One of the last slides talked about recommendations on strategic planning policy direction. That's key for local residents to not only be consulted on, but feel consulted on, and in person, especially at the doorstep, during the campaign, lots of ideas, lots of genuine thirst and want to be included in things as important as strategic planning in terms of policy direction in that regard. So I definitely commend that to the task force's consideration. In terms of next steps, it was a great layout with next steps. Hopefully public consultations will be included in the next reiteration, especially as you mentioned, this is at the analytical and technical stage. And just my second question, really, I know there are 17 growth proposals currently under application. Just wondering if you could just speak very briefly to kind of what a growth proposal is and which ones and where are under consideration, so we know which wards have which applications and are being considered for growth as councillors. Thank you very much.
Thanks for the question, and through the mayor to Councillor Perry. Appreciate your comments, and a note on our communications strategy and our engagement plan, that it is by design intended to not only be dynamic, but to be responsive. And as the project, continues to evolve, and as we get feedback, that there is a component built into the communications and consultation strategy to be able to switch gears, to pivot as needed, and to provide another means or other means to continue receiving feedback. This is a project that will go on not in its only form as the growth management strategy, but as Jamie described to us, the entire municipal comprehensive review program that this is sort of kicking off, this GMS, that there are going to be numerous opportunities for public engagement that we will very much be relying on, leaning on, and encouraging the public to contribute to have some really meaningful involvement and feedback. Thank you for that. With respect to the results, our next phase of work, this analytical phase, is where we really dive into the requests that were made. What we certainly can share at this point is that the location for the requests are across the city, for the most part in the 4 urban settlement areas. Those include, there were a series of questions in the surveys that asked those who are submitting their requests to outline not just the locations of the properties in question, but to give us some idea of the density of housing that's being proposed, the number of units that is being requested, the housing typology, to give us an idea on sort of the, certainly at a conceptual stage at this point, but to let us know what design elements and of course density, as I mentioned, were being conceived at this point, so that we can factor those into the technical aspects that Jamie has laid out for us. Key being, and certainly well articulated by the Deputy Mayor, this idea of growing up and not necessarily out, given the surplus of designated lands that we have. So that is yet to unfold, is the results of the growth requests that we received, and they will be outlined in some detail at the next report. And that is a deliverable of the project. And we trust that addresses your question, Councillor Perry.
Yeah, thank you, especially on the communications front. I'm just wondering how, as councillors, we will be able to access, Mayor, those 17 applications, so we know what may or may not be being proposed for growth amongst our constituents in our wards.
Well, I guess through planning applications, they'll come forward through the normal planning procedure, and council will be made aware of it as it goes to the planning meetings and then ultimately to council. So I think it'll happen as it normally happens, and we'll see them as they come forward and they receive their proper approvals.
So there isn't a list that could be shared with councillors of these 17 at the current time?
Well, we'll ask Director Holly.
Thank you, through the mayor, to Councillor Perry. We are working on on the review right now. At this point in time, I think once we start working through our review, then we'll be able to start to share those proposals at a later stage. But I think right now we're just working through the process, and what we will share those proposals at a later date.
Thank you. I can always follow up offline. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you.
Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. Could we switch to slide 11, please? And Mr. Cook, I have a question. Well, I have a CEHP certificate. Do you know what that means? I don't expect you to.
No, I don't.
Yeah, of course you don't. I don't expect you to. Unless you're involved in continuing medical education, you would not know that. So this presentation included acronyms GMS, MCR, OP, GGH, OPR. I'm not a growth management planning specialist. It took me forever to try to figure that out. I still don't know what OPR means. I've been a councillor for all of 7 weeks. At the last council meeting, we had 700 pages to review and digest before the meeting. So the next presentation, I hope we see something like this, where the acronyms are included with an explanation. Anyways, my question is the statistics of 117,000 population and 39,000 employment jobs by 2051 is straight out of the Ontario plan. Have you done any independent forecasts for the city of Kawartha Lakes on population curves and jobs? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Councillor, and through you, Mr. Chair. That was apologies for lack of providing the acronyms. We will be providing those in the report. We can definitely do that in the presentations moving forward. There's a lot of jargon here, so I do apologize for that. With respect to the population and employment projections, yes, we not only do we take a look at what ultimately the province has put out there in their schedule, but we have prepared our own models for both population and housing and employment over the long term. So we have our own in-house models that look at the relationship between employment and population, also looking at the impacts of demographics and the age structure of the population, how that impacts housing needs in terms of total housing and housing by type. So we do a fairly rigorous modeling exercise to help prepare our own in-house analysis that really provides the details of this growth forecast. The province is really only providing us really two numbers that I really look at, and that's really the end point by 2051 for population housing, and we basically provide the rest through our internal modeling work.
Councillor Ashmore.
Through you to Leah, if I could ask. On the slide 12, we talk about 6,000 units that are in active applications and 6,400 that are on units on vacant lands. I just want a clarification. Are we concentrating primarily on these 4 settlement areas, or are we going to be, I know that there are many proposals out there that developers want to build in the rural areas or closer to the lakes. Is that something that we're going to be embracing, or are we going to be working with? Like, I just want to get an idea of where all these units are. So 6,000 units, these are active applications on the go right now, and then the extra 60, the next 6,400, these are proposed units, or these units, could you clarify that if you don't mind, please, on page 12?
Certainly. Thank you for the question, Councillor Ashmore. Through the mayor to you, these active applications are limited to the urban settlement areas, the serviced areas, very much by design as directed through the provincial land needs assessment methodology, the document that Jamie had described on a couple of slides there, those sort of steps that we follow, heavily predicated on looking at growth where growth can be accommodated by municipal services. So this is why this particular slide focuses on which applications are, both in the queue, being reviewed and going through their approvals within urban settlement areas. That isn't to say that the growth management strategy is excluding consideration of future developments in rural areas, areas outside of urban settlement areas, the waterfront communities, for example, waterfront areas. The part of the conclusions that the growth management strategy is to reach isn't just a growth scenario in terms of what the urban settlement boundaries look like, are they changing, but also to provide policy suggestions and recommendations, future direction, in fact, for the municipal comprehensive review, which leads us to the official plan update. The way that growth in rural areas and areas outside of settlement areas would be sort of governed and directed would be very heavily guided by the new official plan policy direction. And that will establish its roots from recommendations out of this GMS.
Okay, thank you. Just one final question, if I could, quick one. For example, Omimi or even Woodville, that's a good example. These are two communities that are constantly being, the rules are being changed. Some areas have settlement areas where they can grow, and then they take them away, give them to a bigger urban area like Lindsay, as an example. I'm not against growth in Lindsay, which is fine. It will grow. So will Bob Cajun and Fenelon Falls. I'm for growth everywhere. But what I'm saying is that I just find that and I'm sure the people in those communities, I'm just giving those as 2 examples, are frustrated that the rules are changing all the time. And they can't plan for the future of growth, especially in these smaller communities, like Omimi, because they want growth and they need growth, but the rules are changing all the time. Like, when are we going to hopefully narrow down to a set of rules where we know where there's a defined growth area for a village like that? I don't need an answer, just a quick answer, I guess.
Okay, you okay?
Sure,
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Perfect. Yeah, I think Councillor Ashmore, you have sort of hit the nail on the head, so to speak, as far as the complex nature of land use planning in the province of Ontario. And these are the circumstances that we face every day in our work. So I certainly note your comments and know that these are the challenges that as practitioners we're also facing, and understand and appreciate how challenging this could be for the community, for developers, for members of the public that are interested in seeing growth in their areas.
Thank you.
Councillor Warren.
Thank you, through you. Thank you, Leah. So really, development in those areas are because we have water and sewer capacity. Is that not the main crux of where development happens?
Yes, through the mayor to the councillor, that's right. The emphasis on growth and development is directed to through the hierarchy of services. So at the top of that hierarchy is the municipal infrastructure that's provided in urban settlement areas. This is what is directed through the growth plan, through the PPS, and is factored into that land needs assessment methodology formula that we apply in this work.
Thank you. I just have one, question, comment. I've heard from members of the task force who complain that they're sitting on a growth management task force and council passes MZOs, and they ask the question, if you're going to do the MZOs, why are we even bothering with growth management task force? Is there some way to, I know you've spoken to it on one of your slides, that you've taken it into consideration, but I have to think that we're going to be faced with more MZOs and not less MZOs. Is there any way to mitigate against that, not allowing the task force to do its work?
Thank you, Mayor, for the question. This is a definite, I'll say, curveball that was thrown sort of our way, and our being collectively the city, after the work of, well, not just the task force, but after the contract was granted to the consulting team. When we started our work back in 2021, we hadn't yet received one of the new MZOs. So this was that sort of moving target, and the changing parameters of our work is something that had to factor into the work as we went. We're very aware of how the impacts of the MZOs have to be a consideration and a factor, frankly, in the technical work that we're doing. That our technical team is looking at. Yes, it's mentioned on the slides, and Jamie, I'll certainly invite you to provide your thoughts on this as you deem appropriate. But that is not only a consideration, but is going to have to factor into the final conclusions that we reach with the GMS work. Jamie, anything further?
Thanks, Leah. I think you've really covered it, but I think the only thing I can suggest is that it really came out very clearly in the task force meetings. I think quite early on that what that impact is of the MZOs, and essentially the impact is that you essentially sort of jump the queue, so to speak, when you're approved an MZO outside of an urban boundary. There's only so much growth that ultimately we think is going to be accommodated through any likely long-term scenario for growth. When you look at that more comprehensive, bigger picture, there is an upward limit of growth that we think that ultimately, that under even a high scenario, that Cortland could accommodate in a timely manner. So it's important, I think, to understand that the more MZOs we have, the more again, the more that sort of focuses growth to a more outward sort of growing pattern, as already mentioned. So it has competing interests with policy objectives to intensify and to build up. But we also see that most of the MZOs are really concentrated currently in Lindsay. That may change over time, but so it creates a further focus of more growth occurring and concentrated in the Lindsay area, which is already the largest settlement area with the largest amount of active applications. So then it really starts to create a further sort of dominating effect of the concentration of development within Lindsay. So there's some key aspects of the technical implications that I've kind of laid out here, and I think it's important to walk council through that. And we'll continue to walk the task force through that as we go through the next phase of the work to make sure it's clear what these implications are. I would say, even at this sort of premature sort of level, what it does is it makes it very tricky for other settlement areas to, as sort of alluded to find opportunities for future urban growth beyond your existing settlement area boundaries when there's so much potential growth currently identified in Lindsay through the MZOs that are currently approved or being reviewed at this time.
Thank you. And thank you for your presentation today. And thanks to all the volunteers who are on your task force as well for the work they're doing. And I'll look for a motion to receive. Councillor Perry, seconder. Deputy Mayor Richardson. And all in favor? And that's passed, and we'll take 10 minutes. Let's be back at 3:55. Okay, Deputy Mayor Richardson, do you have a motion to change the agenda?
Yes, through you, I would like to make an agenda change at this time, move 6.5 up ahead of the 6.4 presentation. So the Missing Children Society of Canada Child Search Network and Rescue app, please.
Thank you. Can I have a seconder for that? Councillor McDonald. All in favor? And that's passed. So item 6.5 is Missing Children Society of Canada Child Search Network and Rescue app. Deputy Mayor Richardson, Chief Mark Mitchell, Kawartha Lakes Police Service, Inspector Tim Taschel, Detachment Commander, City of Kawartha Lakes OPP, and Amanda Pick from the Missing Children Society of Canada. Go ahead, folks.
Good afternoon, Your Worship, members of council. You will all likely recall the tragic drowning in our city in June of last year. Following that event, both ourselves and our Ontario Provincial Police Detachment have worked closely with community stakeholders to look at ways to enhance our local response to missing person cases, with a focus on those cases involving children and other vulnerable groups. I'd like to thank Deputy Mayor Richardson for joining this effort, throwing her enthusiastic support behind this initiative and bringing this before council today. I also want to emphasize that this is a joint initiative supported by both ourselves and the Ontario Provincial Police. And as you're aware, OPP Inspector Tatchell is online with us here today as well and available to answer questions. We have also been in touch with the extended family from this summer's tragic event, and they've been very supportive of this initiative as well. They were hoping to have someone attend the meeting today, but I believe that there were some scheduling conflicts. So this was supposed to be the point where I introduced Amanda Pick, the CEO of the Missing Children Society of Canada, but unfortunately her voice has deserted her a bit, so I'm going to give her a bit of a break and I'll cover some of the material here for her. The Missing Children Society of Canada has been assisting in missing children cases for over 30 years. They have evolved from their early days of putting paper notices up in communities to now using modern technology to develop a communications platform specifically dedicated to missing person cases. The MCSC Rescue app was developed in partnership with technology industry leaders like Esri Canada and Microsoft. The app was created in 2020 and officially launched in February 2021 with nationwide support from the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police. There is further exciting news to report. Collaboration with industry partners is ongoing to expand the MCSC network and include other vulnerable sectors such as high-risk missing seniors, victims of human trafficking, adults with autism, and missing Indigenous women and girls. The aim is to create a multi-jurisdictional, coordinated, real-time situational awareness and case management platform for reducing risk for missing vulnerable Canadians by locating them faster. Amanda has been with the Missing Children Society of Canada for 13 years, and she is their CEO. Her passion for this project, even with her limited vocal range, will be very evident as soon as you hear her speak. And without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to her so that she can speak to the project a little bit.
Thank you, Chief Mitchell, and I am known definitely for my loud voice, and I'm okay with that. I don't think there's a more noble cause in the world than protecting children and using your voice for that. So I'm grateful, and thank you for allowing me to speak today. I know that that you had a very full agenda, and I'm grateful for that time. The tragedy that happened with Draven, it's overwhelming to talk about. And unfortunately, he is not the only child that we couldn't find fast enough, though all efforts were made. And so in his honor, and the children that we have been serving in families for over 30 years, we as an organization have partnered with police for over a decade to harness technology uniquely to be able to ensure that every single missing child has the opportunity to have the entire community help. And the way to do that was through technology that allowed police to immediately notify community members and engage them in the search, which we know our community members across this country want to help. And so that's really the origin point and story of how this child search network came to be. Fast forward a decade, and Chief Mitchell spoke about 2020. In August 2020, there was a resolution passed by the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police, and which represents all chiefs across the country. And that resolution identified this child search network as the national system and tool to be used in all high-risk missing children cases that didn't meet the Amber Alert threshold. And that's really what we're here today to be able to bring to this effort of protecting the children in your community and the children across our country. So we launched that technology network officially with the Canadian Association of Police, Chiefs of Police, and our industry partners, Microsoft and Esri, and some of our founding partners use their voice. Our police services here locally, the Calgary Police Service and the Sioux Nation Police Service. And we came together to be able to announce to Canadians that this existed, but it only works if Canadians become a part of it. And so that's critical to the success. And we've had many successes, though I'd like to use all the rest of your time to tell you about them, about all the children we have found together. I think you'll hear in the video that you're about to watch a testament to the partnerships and the decade-long work of our police partners, technology partners, our community members. We've really come together and built something extraordinary that we can move forward with in your community and throughout the country. So I'd ask that the video be played. I think it does a really good job of sharing with you what's important, and then I'm happy to answer any questions when that wraps up, and to thank you for your time.
Inspector Tatchell, did you have anything to say?
No, I'm available for answer any questions at the end of this. Thank you.
Thank you.
In 1993, and she's never been found. We believe that she was hitchhiking. She was on her way to meet friends, and she never arrived. She was 14 years old when she vanished. She was funny and athletic. We didn't have the internet. It was phone calls. I designed and printed off my own posters with Lindsay's picture, and tearfully asked store owners if I could put up posters. About the year 2000, I started working on writing letters to politicians, and it took until 2018 for the legislation, which is nicknamed Lindsay's Law, after my daughter, to be enacted. And so now we have a missing person and found human remains national DNA data bank in Canada, but a lot more can be done.
So today we're announcing at the Missing Children Society of Canada, MCSC, a partnership with Esri Canada. And we are bringing to Canadians the MCSC Rescue app. This app allows for every Canadian to be a part of the search. If a child goes missing, they get a push notification and immediately receive information about missing children cases in our country. If there's a child missing, they can help to find that child right away.
Finding a lost child is like finding a needle in a haystack, but the haystack is the whole country, maybe the whole world. And we have tools that allow us to find people using geography and location.
We've been on a journey for years, working to harness technology to protect children. The technology world has changed. As a small not-for-profit, it's been a struggle to be able to keep up with that change. Not anymore. Esri Canada has provided an opportunity to connect an entire smart city to our effort.
Just the same way that it takes a village to raise a child, it takes an entire community to find a child. We have a large community of users across Canada, whether it's municipalities or schools, nonprofit organizations, or police, that can provide information.
I think the Rescue app is going to be such a powerful tool for law enforcement. For us, this app is going to be a force multiplier. We have police officers that will be out circulating looking for a child or looking for a predator. But what this does is it allows so many more people in our community to also be looking and to work with us.
We're able to support police when they activate this network, push information out, geographically specific. How specific? Esri allows us to push information to somebody on one street corner.
So they may be walking their own loved ones in a park, and right to their phone will be a picture of an offender or a picture of a missing child, and they're able to contact us immediately.
To be able to find those children immediately, we need every single Canadian to help us. And the MCSC Rescue app makes that possible.
The first hours that a child goes missing is so important, and now we all have the tools that we can help find a missing child. So use the app and help keep children all across Canada safer.
So thank you. That was one of the videos and did a good job of sharing a good portion of the information that we were hoping that you would see. I just sent another video link, and if we don't have time to watch it, then I'm happy to share some of the details of that, though I would encourage another 6 minutes, but if not, I can also speak to some of what was in that video.
Council, what's your wish?
Let's watch the video.
Okay.
Okay, I'll do just an impromptu here in between the video, if that's okay with you, Amanda. I do want to thank you for the introduction and presentation today of the MCSC Rescue app. When Draven Graham went missing last June, the outpouring of support in our community was second to none. By having this missing child alert system put in place, we have an opportunity to react faster as a community when minutes and seconds make a difference. I want to thank both Chief Mitchell and Tatchell for exploring how the city of Kawartha Lakes can make a difference moving forward. And of course, Amanda, for your encouraging, advocating constantly, so thank you. We are a community that wish that we could do more, and with this app, we can. I'd also like to mention at this time, we have a strong avocation in the city of Kawartha Lakes to go and do more for our vulnerable groups. When they've gone missing, this is a great first step for us. MCS Child Search Network is a system connecting police agencies across the country and linking community members to police services. Both the Kawartha Lakes Detachment and the Ontario Provincial Police and the Kawartha Lakes Police Service have endorsed this app and this technology. It's a real-time changer, real-time, location-specific push notifications. If a child is reporting missing, it goes in your phone. I know I downloaded it off the App Store within 30 seconds, and I can't believe what you can actually see on that app. So it's so well developed. So thank you for doing that. I do have a recommendation after the video and any other questions.
You know, every year in Canada, there's over 40,000 missing children reported to police. That number is just staggering. And the work that law enforcement is doing with the Missing Children Society of Canada and their Child Search Network really is so crucial in making sure that we bring those children home safely.
As technology advances, so do opportunities for predators to reach innocent and defenseless victims, resulting in an increased number of missing child cases.
We know a missing child is a vulnerable child, and we know when they're missing from a safe place, they're at risk. That's why it's so important to find every missing child, no matter how long they're missing, as quickly as possible.
MCSC's Child Search Network, really what it does is it draws together law enforcement and corporations and communities, really all Canadians, to come together while we're looking for a missing child. Thanks to the Missing Children Society of Canada and the tech partners, Esri Canada, as well as Microsoft, we are now able, as law enforcement, to work together with corporations and with community and push out information about high-risk missing children in a much different way than we've done in the past.
The general public is a powerful ally when it comes to finding missing children. We finally have a tool that allows the police to reach out to the community for help with urgent, high-risk missing children cases that do not meet the Amber Alert threshold. The CACP is recommending that all Canadian police services implement this new system as a standard practice to help support and expedite missing children investigations.
Esri Canada is honored to be supporting the Child Search Network in finding missing children and youth and bringing them safely home to their families.
Our mission at Microsoft is to empower every person and organization on the planet to achieve more.
It takes a community to find that child. And we've been building a community map using thousands of people across Canada for many years. And we think that the Child Search Network can take the same approach in engaging members of the public to join in a community and download an app and then use the science of where to find them.
We have worked with Missing Children Society of Canada for many years to help reconnect missing children with their families. Leveraging the power of technology, law enforcement agencies across our country will now have the opportunity to use the Child Search Network as a secondary system to Amber Alert to help unite families faster.
Canadians are invited to serve as additional eyes and ears for the police and as a voice for missing children by accessing the MCSC Rescue app. This app allows the public to register to receive alerts and share information they may have regarding a missing child.
The app has been integral into our missing persons investigations. As we know, any police officer, when you get a missing persons file, especially a missing youth, that is an all hands on deck type of investigation. This app has given us that opportunity to utilize external resources that allow us to locate these youth faster.
Yeah, it just makes the job a lot easier, having knowing that we have that support and we're able to get our community involved in the search. It's not only just the officers that are on duty or us reaching out to our partners. We have the community that's being able to pick up and be able to help us with our investigation.
Our officers use the Rescue app to immediately notify the public of a missing child. We've been proud partners of the Missing Children Society of Canada since 2017, where we've worked diligently to enhance our education as it relates to Indigenous missing children across our country. At this time, we'd like to encourage the public to download the Rescue app by visiting the Missing Children Society of Canada's website.
The CACP welcomes the addition of the Child Search Network as another innovative tool to help support and expedite missing children investigations in Canada.
We've had the opportunity to use the Child Search Network, including the Rescue app, recently. We had a 14-year-old girl that, because of the circumstances of why she left where she was staying, we deemed it to be a high-risk missing child. Our missing persons team worked very closely with the family and also with the Missing Children Society of Canada and pushed out the Child Search Network. And within hours, we were receiving tips on it, tips about where she was seen, tips about who she was with. And the investigators worked with the tipsters as well as with the family. And one of the things that they identified was that she was with another 14-year-old girl who was also a high-risk missing child. So we pushed out a second child search network alert for that second child. And within 3 days, we were able to rescue both children and reunite them back with their loved ones. During that 3-day period, we had over 2 million engagement hits. To me, that's just staggering, and we could not have done it by ourselves. We needed the help from the community, which we got. I think it's important, and I would encourage all Canadians to download the Rescue app, to register for alerts so that you're notified if there's a missing child in your area. And then I would also encourage people to go in and look at the active cases in your area, because it really just takes one tip. It's one person that happens to see or hear something that will help investigators and help law enforcement in reuniting that child with their loved ones.
Thank you.
Cracker Barrel cheese sauce kits. Now this is...
Well, thank you for taking the time to watch the additional video. I hope it provided more context to how this system is going to make a powerful impact of child protection in your community. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question on this, that it's an excellent program, and I'm sure it's an excellent app, but it's a voluntary app that someone would download. Now, I'm just wondering, in the meantime, how does this work with the emergency alert, the Amber Alert? Are we still, obviously we're still using it. Are we working together with the Amber Alert system, as everybody gets one on their mobile phone or landline too? And I think some of them do get it on landline when there's lots of landlines around. Are we going to be working together? We're going to have two systems for the time being until we eventually get into this one system? Just loaded question, but just wondering how that's going to work.
I'm happy to answer that.
Please do.
Yeah, okay. I was just looking to see if anybody else wanted to, but I can tell you that yes, absolutely. We've been working with the Amber Alert coordinators across the country since the inception of this. So this is not meant to replace Amber Alert. This is meant to fill the gap between the Amber Alert system and the other 30,000 children that are reported missing every year. And let me give you context to that, because immediately then it's like, well, how many notifications are we going to get then if that many children go missing? So we had 12 Amber Alerts last year for the entire country, and we had thousands of missing children that needed to have their information shared so that they could be found faster. And there's two ways that this system complements the Amber Alert system. So one way is the active cases, which Inspector O'Brien spoke about on the video. So when you go into the Rescue app, you will see local cases in your area of current missing children that you are able to help as a community member, if you have information to share with police, to find those kids. As well as what you heard around a child search alert. That is the opportunity where you police push the information through an SMS text. It's a critical alert. You will not receive a duplication of Amber Alert. So if you're a community member, you're not going to get, your phone's not going to go off twice, but you will see the Amber Alert case inside of the Rescue app. We worked closely with Amber Alert coordinators in our partnership with the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police. We're also the NGO that is identified and partners at the federal level, national level with the RCMP. So we work with the National Center for Missing Persons and Unidentified Remains. So that's a long answer. I know you'll start to see Tim and Chief Mitchell and perhaps Deputy Mayor like going, don't ask any more questions or we'll be sitting here a lot longer. But the truth, I just want to give you as much information as possible so that you understand that this is all coordinated. This is the police network. This is we are the caretakers, custodians, builders, and the community engagers. And I know that you will be part of our meeting today is around asking your city, your council to lead your province. So what we also want is for the city to adopt and implement on all the devices. You won't be the first in the country, and that's a good thing. You always want to make sure everything is working the way it should be, and it is in other parts of the country. But you'll be the first municipality in Ontario to lead the effort to have all city devices as part of the rescue app as well. And then together we'll engage all community members. So you got more of an answer than you asked for. But if I take my chance to jump in, and even with a little bit of a scratchy voice, I hope I'm communicating enough information.
Thanks. And have you been working with the mobile networks in the country that they can maybe put these on the phones before they're purchased, or that way they're already downloaded? I know there's lots of people that will download it, but not everybody's going to be downloading it. So if once they purchase a new phone in the future, then they have this app already on. You have all these apps that you never use, and this would be an app that you would want to use, and maybe that might be something that we could look into. But anyways, that's a great program. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would welcome the opportunity to talk further with you and about that. Yes, we definitely had preliminary discussions over the years. I think that the other thing that is important to note is that while we would, we're looking to have this on every single phone across our country, we also know that we want community members to step up and take that action with us and to opt in to be able to receive these alerts. The long-term plan, yes, every device, absolutely. The short-term state is that we really need the partnership with you and with our police partners to get the message out there. If I had $1 for every time somebody said, why don't I know about this? Well, we would be fully ready to use all of that funding to make sure that we could buy a telecom company and give all the devices for free. That's how many times we've had these wonderful conversations where people recognize the opportunity to implement this in a way that protects every child. And I'll look forward to discussing more of that after we make our first partnership today.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Richardson, do you have a motion?
I do have a recommendation at this time. This is an opportunity for the City of Kawartha Lakes to demonstrate leadership on provincial and national scale to achieve the common goal of locating missing children. That the presentation regarding the Missing Children Society of Canada Child Search Network and the Rescue app be received. That Council authorizes the City of Kawartha Lakes to be a participant in the MCSC Child Search Network, including adoption of the MCSC Rescue app where appropriate and feasible, and that Council authorizes the City of Kawartha Lakes to participate in the advocacy and communication in partnership with the MCSC and the Kawartha Lakes Police Association to expand the MCSC Child Search Network. That this recommendation be brought forward to the Council for consideration at the next regular Council meeting. If I can get a seconder.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you. And Deputy Mayor challenges everybody to download the app.
All in favor? Thank you. And that's passed. Thank you all for coming today and your patience. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on, Mr. Hawley. You got 5 minutes. No, I'm kidding you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and members of the committee and members of the public that are still here. I do want to acknowledge the assistance in this presentation. A number of people assisted with it. Robin Carlson, our city solicitor, Adam Found helped out as well, Michelle Corley, and Emily Turner. So if there's any questions in some of those areas, I will defer them to the experts. We felt that it was important to provide an overview, not just of Bill 23, but Bills 108 and 109. Those overviews had gone to the previous committee, but I think an overview of those really sets the understanding, or gives you a better understanding of where we're at with Bill 23. So I kind of look at it almost as a trifecta of bills. Bill 108 was entitled the More Homes, More Choice Act from 2019. Bill 109 was the More Homes for Everyone Act in 2022. And Bill 23 was the More Homes Built Faster Act in 2022. So it was all about building faster and sort of building a lot more homes. There's a lot of legislation there that deals with that. So anyways, without any further ado, so Bill 108 was introduced in May 2019 and received royal assent in June 2019. There were a number of pieces of legislation that were amended. The presentations on all three bills are only really going to focus on aspects that deal with city operations. So in all cases, the bills did amend other pieces of legislation, but I'm not going to touch on those that don't deal with our business. So the Conservation Authorities Act had a number of amendments. Part of it was to sort of focus the conservation authorities' work a bit more, but they were allowed at that time under that piece of legislation to still enter into an agreement. Municipalities could still enter into an agreement for CAs to provide programs or services that dealt with environmental review. Conservation authorities were also authorized to determine the amounts of those services under those different pieces of legislation, so that was sort of the contractual permissions that were granted. The Bill 108 also made a number of changes to the Development Charges Act. There's a number of sort of headings here. Eligibility of municipal services that we could include in our DC. There were a number of things that were made ineligible, so airports, parking. And so we amended our DC bylaw as such to remove those items from our DC bylaw. Accounts for a 0.5% loss in DC revenue. Eligibility of capital costs, removal of the arbitrary limitation of 10 years on capital forecast horizons, and the timing of determination of DCs, respecting the development of for which an application for site plan control or zoning bylaw is filed. DCs would be determined on the basis of when it was actually filed, as opposed to later on. Timing of collection of DCs. So there were some changes regards to rental housing, nonprofit housing, and institutional buildings as well. So we have implemented those in our DCs as well. Exemptions respected to residential buildings. So there were a number of refinements related to those exemptions as well as community benefits charges. They are useful for municipalities that have higher levels of development, high density development. However, we don't have as much high density development, so from our perspective, we have not introduced community benefit charges in the city. There are some changes to the Endangered Species Act. It went from Ministry of Natural Resources to Ministry of Environment. There were also some abilities for developers and municipalities to pay, essentially to pay a species conservation fund in lieu of adhering to the ESA prohibitions. And there were some agreements that could be entered into in areas where development was prohibited in exchange for specific beneficial actions. There were also amendments on how species are assessed and classified and how long protections could be suspended for. Some changes also to the Local Planning Appeals Tribunal. Basically, the legislation took us back to where the OMB was, where the OMB processes were reestablished. Essentially, appeals are evaluated against the criteria of good planning, and all hearings will be de novo, which means they're considered from the beginning. The LPAT now has the power to limit examination or cross-examination of witnesses if information is fully disclosed, and mandatory case management conferences continue. Those are a good way to find out, and they continue today, those are a good way to find out all the everyone's issues, and that was a good change. Under the Ontario Heritage Act, municipalities are now required to give property owners notice that a property has been listed on the municipal heritage register. Owners of properties listed after the amendments came into force could object to council, and council is obligated to adjudicate or listen to the objections. Appeals for the designations are first heard by council before they go to the OLT. And all matters have now are now heard by the OLT rather than the Conservation Review Board. There were also some changes that related with Planning Act applications. So properties subject to certain Planning Act applications can only be designated within 90 days of a complete application unless an agreement is reached between the city and the applicant. That basically means that once we receive a complete planning application, we have 90 days to designate that property if we so desire. Designations must be passed within 120 days of the issuance of the notice of intention to designate, and there were a number of new definitions regarding different processes that were brought in. And there was a new regulation prescribing standards for designating bylaws and modified processes as well for amendment and repeal of bylaws. So a number of these things have been implemented by Emily Turner, our Heritage Act person. Then we get to the Planning Act. There was a number of items that were implemented. So the secondary suites were implemented through Bill 108, and we have actually implemented that citywide. So we now allow, as of right, 2 additional units for every property. So that could be either both units could be in the house, or you could have 1 unit in the house and 1 in an accessory structure, so above a garage. That is allowed for urban and rural areas. There were also some changes made to inclusionary zoning. Inclusionary zoning is really a zoning tool that's limited to high growth, high density areas, so it's not really applicable to the city. They really have it around the sort of the transit hubs within larger settlement areas. There were a number of changes to community benefit charges. Really doesn't apply to us because we haven't really implemented it. Again, we don't have the density here to support these changes. So we really don't have an opportunity to use this part of the Planning Act. And one of the larger changes was that planning decision timelines were shortened. So official plan amendment applications went from 210 days down to 120. Zoning amendments went from 150 to 90 days, and draft plans of subdivision went from 180 to 120 days. So basically that means that a developer can file an appeal if a decision isn't made by council within those shortened timeframes. And there were also changes to limit third-party appeals of plans of subdivision. So essentially that means that appeals are really limited to the owner, the city, and agencies. So we move on to Bill 109, which was introduced in March of last year and got royal assent in April. And there were some changes, again, to Development Charges Act and Planning Act, again, focusing on more getting development moving. So the big one that was introduced was planning application fee refunds. So you'll recall previously in the shortened timelines, zoning applications, we need to come to council and get a decision within 90 days. And if we don't, we have to, on the 91st day, we have to refund 50% of the fees, another 30 days, 75%, and another 30 days, 100% of the fees. Site plan applications, the timeframes for approval were extended from 30 days to 60 days, and a similar 50, 75, 100% refund calculation process is also in place for that. So after 60 days, 50%, after 90 days, 75, and after 120, the whole fee goes back. The minister has since made a pledge to introduce legislation that would allow us and give us more time to implement those changes. These are some of the most significant changes to us from an operational perspective as well as from a budget perspective. So we are going to be taking a look at what we need to do from a process perspective to try to mitigate this impact on our operations. Site plan approval. Previously, municipal councils could make decisions on site plan approval unless authority was delegated to staff. In our case, site plan approval was delegated to staff already by council, so we were able to make those decisions. There were certain things that could come to council for consideration. However, Bill 109 basically said the site plan approval rests with staff solely. So there is no avenue for council review of that decision. And the one good thing they did do is they changed site plan applications to establish a similar complete application process for as we have with official plan, zoning, and subdivisions as well. So we will implement a process to have a formal pre-consultation for site plans, and we will also then outline what is needed for a site plan application. We're currently sort of unofficially doing that, but we want to really formalize that process as well. And we will be coming back with a report that's going to outline a lot of those items as well for you. Plans of subdivision, there were some changes in that. There is some legislation that allows us to reinstate lapsed plans of subdivision. There's some criteria around it. So if they have lapsed within 5 years, and if there were no sales of land while it was draft plan approved, or if there were no offers of purchase and sale while they were draft approved. It's a good little provision because we do have some scenarios where plans inadvertently lapsed, and it's just the developer forgot. And we have already used this in Bob Cajun for one scenario, and we have 2 other scenarios where we're thinking of doing it. It is at our discretion. We're not obligated to use it, but it is a tool that we can use. The province also has the ability now to determine what a condition of draft, what an appropriate condition of draft approval is, and those regulations are currently still being developed by the minister as we speak. The community infrastructure and housing accelerator it's very much akin to a ministerial zoning order, but it's something where council makes that request, and this sort of process sort of outlines what it's for, how the process works, and what it has to take into account. It's really intended for community housing, different types of housing, or different sort of economic projects that the city may have. So we'll be taking a look at this new section of the Planning Act. It's essentially a zoning section, so we'll be taking a look at it and looking at process and how this could work. Again, community benefit charges, there were some changes to it, but seeing as we don't really, we won't be implementing those, not much point in going through it in a lot of detail. So there were some changes to the minister's powers with respect to official plan amendments and official plans. So the minister has new discretionary authority to, when making decisions, they have the ability now, if they don't want to make a decision, they can send it to the tribunal to make a decision or make a recommendation if they so choose, or they could send it to the tribunal for a final decision. There's also some other powers that allow the minister to suspend the time period to which he has to make a decision. And there are also official plans that were submitted to the minister for approval prior to April 14th, for where no decision was made, can be referred in whole or in part to the tribunal for a decision. So there's a lot more ability for the minister to go to the tribunal for decision making. This section here would allow the minister to have a greater influence on securities. So typically we take securities for site plans, subdivisions. This will, once implemented, would allow the minister to prescribe what types of securities we can and can't take. And the landowners can really stipulate what securities they want to provide us. So there's still, this is still under review and under work. So we'll sort of see how this progresses. I know that was a lot, so I pause a break there, and if you have any questions on either of these two pieces of legislation.
Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you, thanks for the presentation. I actually have a lot of questions, but I might just send you an email. One thing I do want to know, if I can just direct it to Dr. Found, is we know development charges don't make housing more affordable, but there's a lot of changes in there. How's that going to impact the city when it comes to, do we have an estimate of how much it's going to cost us?
Yeah, well, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Deputy Mayor, unfortunately, a number of the measures are very difficult to quantify, at least right now. And so what we're doing is we're working with Watson and Associates as we move through the DC study process to better quantify what those impacts will be. We know the direction that they're going. We know that they will hurt us financially. It's very difficult, unfortunately, to estimate at this point exactly how much we will be hurt by those measures. And particularly because a lot of the developments that are being targeted, we're really not quite sure the quantity of those developments that will occur. And we're also not sure how the measures will change the mix of development, potentially. So there's a number of factors that play into this. And so we're going to continue to work with Watson and Associates to try to get, excuse me, a better estimate as to the financial impact of these measures.
Councillor Warren?
For you, thank you. I have a few questions too. I just thought it would be wise to ask, this is a very meaty, important discussion at the end of the day. Anyway, what is gentle intensification?
Gentle intensification is, I believe the term, and I've got it under Bill 23. I think what it's allowing for one additional ARU within a property, and that's really sort of just in the urban areas where there's full municipal services. So it would allow for 3 additional residential units on a property. So they could be all within the dwelling, or one could be within an accessory building.
So could that be like a tiny home?
I don't think they thought it would be I don't think they envisioned it to be a tiny home per se. Yeah. I think they are looking at these as non-mobile serviced units.
Okay.
But they are in the settlement areas only.
And what's alternative dedication? That was in there in the first iteration. It said alternative dedication. I've never heard that before, so that was
alternative parkland dedication, or
probably that's maybe.
So the alternative parkland dedication is for higher density development. Mm-hmm. So we typically for low density, we take 5% cash in lieu or parkland. The alternative parkland dedication rate was at 1 hectare per 300 dwelling units. It's now been increased or decreased to 1 hectare per 600 dwelling units.
Okay, I got that. Okay, so what does the 60% park reserve need to be spent on? You have to spend this chunk of money. So what does it? Is it parks, or what is it on? Do you know?
We'll have to dig into that a little bit further on that. But yes, that's something that we will have to report back on.
I look forward to that. And what's land for prescribed services? I didn't know what that was either, going through there. Anyway, that's fine. I just thought it would be helpful to everybody by asking some of these questions, because this is a very important topic, I think, one of probably the most important we've had for a long time. So anyway.
I'll get to that in the Bill 23 presentation.
Okay. I'm just thinking, going through all this, that maybe all planning should be done by the province and not by the municipality. The taxpayers will have to pay for DC studies, as well as costs for affordable housing. It's quite something. Anyway, thank you.
Councillor Yeo, I've been ignoring you. Did you have something?
I really, I thank the deputy mayor for bringing it up, and I have a lot of questions as well. And I'd urge you, and I don't know, I keep freezing, so maybe you can't hear me all the time here, but I'd really like all councillors to send questions via email that they can ask here, and for all responses to be shared with all the council, because I believe this should actually be a separate meeting. And there's so much information to get through on this. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I think what we wanted to do, because these came on us, is we wanted to get something back in front of council as to what the implications were. And that's why we asked Richard to kind of rush it and get it here in January, so we knew what we were being faced with when we went into the budget.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, and I know what we're being faced with. But Richard standing up there talking, and in my mind is creating more questions. because there's no plan yet. So we can see it, we can see it in front of us, but we don't know where it's going. So I think we get all questions out there, some more detailed answers than just standing at the podium. And because throughout that whole thing, I heard a lot of, we're going to work on this, we're going to work on that, we're going to work on this. So there's no real answers yet to any questions.
Thanks. Councillor McDonald.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. Just the planning, like I can just imagine all the stress that's going to be in your department when they start giving all these deadlines to you, with especially the stress you've had with that and manpower and so on. But with the site plan approval, with just staff, would each ward, each councillor know when you're going to approve a site plan in each of our areas, or would we just have to wait for it to be approved, or wait till somebody asks us whether it's going to be approved, or what's the communication between the planning department and all of us councillors?
Through the mayor to the Councillor McDonald, we do, when we circulate site plan applications out, we circulate to all of council as well. So you are circulated on all development applications. You're also circulated on all the pre-consultation applications as well. So we do keep everyone informed so that you know when those are coming out.
And one more question on heritage. It says here that you must give all the individuals notice and then 90 days to be designated, but it comes to council. Am I correct to say that council makes the decision whether it's going to be heritage?
That's correct, yes. Council makes a decision on to designate it.
Richard, I have a question. What if we got rid of development charges and we charged for, I don't know, a land transfer tax or something? Would we be allowed to do something like that? Could we just get rid of development charges and not worry about them and go to some other method of getting money for infrastructure?
To the mayor, that's an interesting concept, and I don't have an answer for you on that. I'm just looking over at Adam. I'm not sure if he can provide any answer on that.
Well, through you to you, Mr. Mayor, it's a very good question. And in fact, I'm in discussions right now with Watson and Associates about that. I'd say it's a little too premature to, I think, share that with council, but we certainly have an idea. And I think when we're ready, we'll share that with council.
Thank you. I think the CAO may want to say something.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure he did, but I'll still respond back, maybe just to temper it. I think what we do want to bring back, you're going to see at the end of this presentation a number of next steps. So I think it's a combination of a lot of information download today. We will be bringing and reporting on the various details. So there's a point where you're going to be making decisions on DCs, where you're going to be looking at the heritage sort of implications, planning, etc. So that's sort of the first comment. I guess the second one is, I don't want to mislead though and have people walk away. Yes, there are some exemptions to DCs that are proposed here, and many municipalities have said that they are going to be impacting financially. We do offer some exemptions already in certain categories, like affordable community housing, for example. So we do want to crunch the numbers as well. There's not exemption right across the board for DCs, for example, on all housing. So it's only certain categories. So I'm just tempering sort of expectations at this point. Yes, it will still exempt certain developments. One example would be purpose rentals. So that's where I think Mr. Found was suggesting that it's hard to sort of temper because we don't know what the developer would be proposing. So how do you guess if they're going to do rental, for example? But we are going to do the homework. We're going to do some work on it. It will have some impact. But again, I would just temper some expectations on the DC side of things, financial impact. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore?
Yeah, thank you. Through you to the CAO. As far as you brought up a good point about the development charges, we did almost 2 years ago drop development charges for commercial up to 2,500 square meters. which is 27,000 square feet. That's a good sized building. So we've had a year and a half of data to find out how did that work. So but we have done that. I know we passed it here almost 2 years ago. So we've already done that. How has that, maybe us to Dr. Found, how has that impacted on the city?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. In fact, that's precisely one of the exercises we've asked Watson and Associates to undertake as part of the DC study update. So I don't think that part of the study is done yet, but it will be done. And so I think when we come to council about that study, hopefully sometime this year, then that information will be shared and we'll have a better idea of whether those exemptions had an impact. I think one of the challenges will be that that exemption, which we did voluntarily, happened to coincide with COVID. So there's, I think, going to be an exercise to try to disentangle those two effects to see if we can try to get at whether the exemption actually had an effect. But it is a task that's assigned to Watson, and I anticipate we'll come to council to share the results.
Okay, Richard. Let's move on.
Bill 23 was introduced in the fall and approved in November. Again, 5 pieces of legislation that have an impact on us and our business. Some of the Planning Act changes were the OLT appeal rights, so third-party appeals removed for minor variance or consent decisions. There's the general intensification reference there. Again, no minimum unit sizes, so I'm not really sure how that would be, it'd probably be governed then by the building code, but it can't be governed by zoning. Plans of subdivision, there are no longer public meetings required for draft plans of subdivision or condominium. So we would take an application, circulate it, and come through Planning Advisory Committee with recommendations. Site plan control, there were a number of changes that exempt up to 10 residential units from site plan control. So say, for example, a small residential building with 10 units in it would be exempted from site plan control. Architectural details and landscape design are now removed from the scope of site plan control. So it really limits our ability to sort of shape the look and feel of a project. We can make some recommendations and potentially work with people, but we can't prescribe those sort of urban design details. Now, there were some major changes into with respect to parkland dedication. So there are caps on the amount of land that we can ask for property sizes. So 10% of sites under 5 hectares and 15% of land for sites greater than 5 hectares. So, it really limits the, sort of having larger urban parks. So landowners can also identify the land they intend to provide for parkland. So that process still has to be determined by the province. There might be some concerns with that in the sense that if a developer wanted to provide land somewhere else, they might be able to provide that. They could potentially provide industrial land for park purposes if they so chose. So there are some concerns with that new section in the Planning Act. Now the alternative parkland dedication rate has been reduced from 1 hectare per 300 units down to 1 hectare per 600 dwelling units. So, and this really applies to high density. So for every 600 units, we get a hectare of parkland. If we want to take cash in lieu instead of the land, that has been reduced to 1 hectare per 1,000 units for cash in lieu. So we get a lot less parkland or cash. There's also some freezing of parkland rates, basically at the day the application is filed. So that basically means that if it takes some time to approve the development application, you basically have to go back to the day that an application was filed for the effective to calculate the parkland dedication requirements. Park plans are now required prior to passing of any future parkland dedication bylaws. So we will be working with community services on that to look at a parks master plan. The idea basically is you have to have a park strategy in place, and that's the basis. That's going to be the basis of the parkland dedication bylaw. And so you would through that you would then have a strategy for land. Taking of park land and or cash to supplement the land as required. Parkland dedication only provides to new units, not existing units, and municipalities are required to spend or allocate 60% of parkland reserve funds at the start of each year. So getting back to Councillor Warren's question, that is now within in the Planning Act, and we'll have to sort of work through with community services to see exactly what that translates into. I suspect what they're trying to get at is they're trying to get municipalities to spend the reserves as opposed to accumulating them and actually build the parks facilities. So I suspect that's probably what they're getting at with that. Provincial policy, this was a question that came up through the growth management presentation as well. Looking to integrate the PPS and the growth plan, hopefully into one new province-wide policy instrument as opposed to having two. There's a lot of overlap between the two documents. Provincial policy statement is province-wide as opposed to the growth plan, which is basically just in the GTA and the surrounding area. Essentially, I think they're trying to leverage a lot of the different housing supportive policies. And then keep all the different the major sections within both documents, but I think harmonize it. I think from a planner's perspective, it would be good so that we would be able to just focus on one document as opposed to two. And we will continue to monitor for updates on that. There has been we haven't seen anything posted on that yet. The OLT has some new procedures also again. They have increased powers to award costs to a losing party and have more powers to dismiss appeals as a result of undue delay. I know we have a number of appeals here that date back to the OMB days, and some of these powers would be really good if they could dismiss some of these old files. And there's also some additional regulations that, excuse me, that the Attorney General can start to implement with respect to scheduling hearings and making decisions, as well as establishing scheduling priorities for certain matters. Development charges, once again, figures heavily in Bill 23. Again, I'm not going to get into all the details because I think a lot of this stuff will be bringing back a report, or Dr. Fallon will bring back a report. But there are changes to the historic service level periods, extension of that period from 10 to 15 years. Maximum DC bylaw life has been extended from 5 to 10 years, and the interest rate cap has been changed, and I take it that the interest rate cap has gone down essentially. Expenditure allocation requirement. There is now a requirement that at least 60% of DC reserves must be now spent or allocated annually. There's a number of studies that are no longer DC eligible, so it affects new DC bylaws only. but there is revenue loss for different studies. We've relied on the DC review, for example, for growth management strategy, the rural zoning bylaw review. There's amounts of those studies that we've pulled from the DC. So we're now no longer eligible to do that. So they have to be funded through a different venue. Again, housing is also no longer a DC eligible service, and I believe we've amended our DC bylaw to take that out already. Land for prescribed services is no longer DC eligible, and Councillor Warren, if you still have that question, I would probably pose it to Adam if you can answer that question.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, I'm happy to. Of course, this is legislative speak, I guess, but what the province means is that is now given itself the authority to designate certain municipal services for this purpose, whereby the land costs that are part of the capital forecast within a DC study would become DC ineligible. So for instance, if we forecasted the need for a new recreation center, then the land cost component of that project would be DC ineligible if that service were prescribed through regulation. Right now, no services have been prescribed. So that's why we don't know what the impact will be at this point.
Thank you, Adam. So phasing in of DC rates. So we can't, if we bring in a DC bylaw, we can't just come in at the 100% rate. We have to phase it in over 4 years. So there is a loss of revenue over those 4 years of the phasing in of the new DC bylaws. Expansion of residential DC exemption, third unit within a qualifying residential dwelling is now DC exempt as well. And I presume that that's related to the ARUs, the additional residential unit, which has been increased from 2 to 3 units. DC rate discounts for rental housing. Rental housing now receives a DC rate discount of 15 to 25%, depending on the number of bedrooms. That's something that I think we do have to do some more review on to sort of estimate what the DC loss is. DC exemption for certain types of housing. Again, affordable housing and attainable housing. It's something that we still have to sort of work through. There were also some changes to affordable housing and how we work with affordable housing. The waiver of development charges for affordable housing has been implemented as well through the change through Bill 23. We'll have to explore how we make up those losses, revenue losses as well. Development charges no longer able to fund affordable housing. Again, came through Bill 23, and we will need to explore ways to again fund for that affordable housing service that the city runs. There were some changes to the definitions of affordable housing, rental housing. The rent is no greater than 80% of the average market rent. It will create, from our perspective, it will create a gap in affordable housing under this bill because of the markets and because when we compare it to affordable base rental income levels of residents. Some changes again to affordable housing on ownership. Again, the same. We figure that there's going to be the similar gap to in this case as well. There's the same formula that's been applied under Bill 23. Again, we don't feel that it's going to be beneficial. There will be a gap there as well. This is basically a comparison, and if Michelle is on the line, perhaps, not sure if she's available to speak to this slide.
Yep, I can.
Probably more than I can.
Okay, thanks, Richard. So just trying to provide an illustration to council to bring in some understanding of what the defined affordable rental housing is under Bill 23 versus the local reality of the residents that we have here and what their actual income levels are. So when we are looking at residents who have income in the 30th, so the low income bracket up to 30th income percentile, we're looking at an affordable rent for them. The high end of that is about $600 a month in the rent. Bill 23, by its standard definition across the board, to give you an example, for an average 2-bedroom rental unit based on what the market is driving rental costs to be, is about $1,482. So for an individual, again, in that low end of our income threshold locally, there's going to be a significant monthly affordability gap. And I've tried to illustrate the same for individuals who are in that middle income bracket for our community. So again, even with the provision of what is defined within Bill 23, we're not necessarily going to see affordable housing come into play that will maybe even meet the need and a true affordability of even our middle income earners locally. And then in the lower half of the chart, I've tried to illustrate the same thing, but on the ownership side of the story. So just really illustrating that, residents locally, incomes are relatively low to other areas of the province. And for somebody even in our middle income bracket to effectively get into ownership, that's affordable for them. So someone who has income in that 60th income percentile, affordable ownership purchase price is $330,000. And we all know that locally, we're not seeing too many houses out there, and nor do we suspect any new housing coming into play is going to be even close to that realistically. Hence, us kind of giving council an idea of what sort of affordability gap we might be facing. Back to you, Richard, unless you wanted me to cover anything else.
I think you said thank you,
Sure.
Michelle.
Yes. Thanks, Michelle. So there's a number of additional changes. Introduction of a category of attainable housing. There's a number of things there that are still to be determined through future regulations. Affordability of rental or ownership, 25 years or more from the time that the unit is first rented or sold. So there's a number of things I think that will still need to be defined. I think some of the concerns that we have with it is tracking some of these changes. It's one thing to provide all these exemptions, but in some cases you have to be able to track whether they actually stay in the form as they were requested under. So that's going to be a challenge, and that's something that I think we have to still work through some more. And so the minister has been given the authority to enact some additional regulations related to the replacement of rental housing when it's proposed to be demolished or converted as part of a proposed development. Again, they have the ability. They still have to put those regulations, develop those regulations further. So finally, there were a number of changes to the Ontario Heritage Act. the municipalities will not be permitted to issue a notice of intention unless the property is already on a heritage register, when a current 90-day requirement for a Planning Act application is triggered. I think that they're trying to sort of put the two together, the Heritage Act and the Planning Act, more closely together, align them more closely when those applications come in. Heritage registers are to be reviewed and a decision made whether listed properties are to be designated. And if not, they need to be removed from the register within 2 years. So basically trying to ensure that properties, if they're listed, they need to be designated or removed from the register. Objection processes for listing established in Bill 108 extended to all listed properties, and the regulations regarding the evaluation, amendment, and repeal of heritage conservation districts will be established. So there's more regulations that will be coming for that. And these changes are in effect already. There were some major changes to conservation authorities and how they do business. Really, what they're trying to do, they're trying to focus them again more on core areas, so natural hazards and flooding. So they're looking to put all 36 authorities in the province under a single regulation. And they're still waiting for that regulation to be developed. Clear limits on what authorities can comment on, so they're really just trying to get them to focus on natural hazards and flooding. So the implications on our business are we use them to look at natural heritage features and natural heritage impacts. So we'll either need to bring that sort of function in-house or have it done through a peer review process. So finally, the next steps, we're going to be bringing back a report to Council in January to sort of outline a work program for what we need to do for Bill 109 and Bill 23 from a planning perspective. There's going to be a report back in Q2 on financial impacts and a response to Bill 23. And there will also be a report back on the city strategy for listed property designations. Thank you. I know that was a lot, so.
Thank you. And does anybody have any pressing questions, or can you send them in and have all of council copied? Emmett?
No, I took my hand down after you said that. I can send my questions in.
Councillor Perry?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Not a question, but maybe a comment in that this is really an important and serious issue. And perhaps in the future, the agenda could be scheduled differently or triaged, so that we're not kind of, punch drunk by the time these big items come before our consideration. Just a thought for future reference.
Well, I will say that you do get them ahead of time to read and peruse and ask questions of, that you could do that.
Then perhaps, rather than a 101 presentation, we could have a summary presentation, and then, having reviewed the materials in advance, have a question and answer period that would, provide more time for councillors to be able to engage in these important topics. I think we can change some things in the agenda, Mr. Mayor, and I assume that people would be open to doing so that we avoid kind of this 5-hour fatigue.
Thank you. Thank you, Richard, and I think you can look forward to a lot of emails with questions that you can share with our good friend Dr. Pound, and we'll go from there.
Thank you.
Thanks. I have a motion to receive the presentation. Councillor Warren, Councillor McDonald, all in favor? That's passed. Moving on to reports. Item 7.1 is the 2022 Municipal Election Accessibility Report. And I will say this before we ask the clerk to go through it. We're not discussing what the next election is going to look like. What we're doing is we're discussing, this is a report on the activities of the last election as regards to accessibility.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll try to stay brief. So the purpose of the 2022 Municipal Election Accessibility Report is to evaluate accessibility of the electoral services offered to all electors and candidates in the 2022 municipal election. This report outlines the actions taken regarding the identification, removal, and prevention of barriers that affected electors and candidates with disabilities. So the clerk services and elections team ensured that electors who required accessibility services were provided with the best opportunity to vote independently as possible in the 2022 municipal election. Councillors adopted the 2022 municipal election accessibility plan and was fully implemented and adhered to.
That it?
Don't slur my words anymore.
Okay. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you. Just a question or comment, I guess, on pertaining to the report. Page 4 or 5 under voters list. So I'm going to concentrate on that because it's in the report. Nothing to do with the election, but in a way it is, but just wanted to access it. Access to the voters list was available electronically through the city's website by accessing voter lookup. So that's voterlookup.ca. Electors could check to see if they were on the voters list, submit prescribed forms for additions, which is what some candidates did, or people who weren't on the list did. Deletions or corrections. Municipal service centers and City Hall provided assistance through the helpline and in person, specific to candidates. The Voter View Candidate Access Portal granted candidates the access to download the voters list electronically. So my question is, you were able to go into, before the voters list was issued at the end of August, you, as an individual, it doesn't matter whether you were a candidate or a voter, or a voter who wasn't on the list, you could access the voters list, and it says the word download. I don't think anybody was able to actually download a voters list prior to getting their booklet or their online portal. But I mean, it's not your fault. What I'm saying is, I know this is the next part. We're dealing with MPAC, and we're dealing with outdated information. I'll give you an example. My wife, she's very good, but much better organizer than I am. And here's approximately 40 envelopes that were returned. I'll just give you just a few examples. Not at this address since 2015, returned to sender, deceased. Moved in 2017, returned to sender. They moved from here in 2018, and my favorite one, not at this address for 19 years. This is what, I mean, it's not your fault. This is what we're dealing with. We're dealing with so old information, and I think you had mentioned that the next election, it's going to be a homemade solution rather than trying to rely on such an antiquated system of MPAC, and it's so frustrating for people. And then, they get these, and it's, I'm sorry, it's people speaking here.
Yeah. It's so just in response.
So I got my train of thought here. Distraction. It's very upsetting when people get these, in the mail or get voters lists that have been deceased. Like I said, it's not your fault. It's predominantly MPAC, but it is to a certain degree people, property owners need to update what their property is. Like, for example, if a spouse has passed away, sometimes a voter kit would get to their name. It's not 100% the problem or the cause of the government, but people have to take it upon themselves to correct their information. But maybe if you could just explain what the next election is going to be, how we're going to improve the system, please.
So as through the mayor, Sue, as frustrated as candidates are and the public, so is election staff, especially when you have staff who've gone through several election cycles. And we do get the preliminary list of electors. We go in and we cleanse and we update as much information as possible. And we do that cycle after cycle. So in the 2026 election, it'll be Elections Ontario. MPAC will no longer be doing the voters list. Elections Ontario will be gathering more current information from different areas. So hopefully tenants and those that are deceased will no longer be on the list, but we'll have to wait and see what better product they will be delivering.
And just finally, so being accessible to qualify as a voter, right now it's just basically three criteria. You're 18 years of age, you're a Canadian citizen. I kind of disagree with that, but I think you should be a permanent resident, but that's a talk for another day. And if you rent, you have to rent for a minimum of 6 weeks. So those three criteria, is that still what, because a lot of people could never get on the list because they didn't know that. Well, and there was a lot of confusion, but you were dealing with, I could sense how frustrated you'd be, in the elections office, and how frustrating it is trying to help people when you're saddled by these antiquated rules. Like, they're just, I don't know, they need to change. Like, we need a homemade solution to help people get on the list better because they want to vote. And that's why we've maybe had a low turnout, I don't know. But it was just the frustration and people trying to get on the voters list who weren't on the voters list, and it just compounds every time we have to deal with MPAC.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to receive the report? Councillor Ashmore, Councillor Smeaton, all in favor? And that's passed. Are we going to need Sherry on the line? Where's she gone? She was there. Oh, there she is.
She's still there.
Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to read the motion and ask if there are any questions, Sherry, if that's okay, rather than have you go through it.
Perfectly fine.
But there are rationales that hopefully everybody's read. So 7.2 is the proposed surplus designation, declaration, closure and sale of a portion of road allowance adjacent to 203 Ballyduff Road, Pontypool. That report, RS 2023-001, proposed surplus declaration, closure and sale of a portion of road allowance adjacent to 203 Ballyduff Road, Pontypool be received, that the subject property being a portion of the road allowance adjacent to 203 Ballyduff Road, Pontypool, and legally described as road allowance between Concession 5 and Concession 6, abutting lots 4 and 5, lying between 9R-836 and Ballyduff Road, also known as Main Street, except R400078 between Part 2 on Plan 57R-7173 and Part 1 on Plan 57R-7995 in the geographic township of Manvers, City of Kawartha Lakes, being part of PIN 63267-0175 LT, be declared surplus to municipal needs. That the closure of the portion of road allowance to the adjoining landowners be supported in principle in accordance with the provisions of Bylaw 2018-020 as amended and the Municipal Act Act 2001, and subject to the parties entering into a conditional agreement of purchase of sale, including a condition that the subject portion of the road allowance merge with the purchaser's adjacent property on closing. That council set the value of the land at the higher of the appraised value or the minimum set price of $15 per linear foot of interior road allowance. That staff be directed to commence the process to stop up and close the said portion of the road allowance. That a bylaw with any amendments deemed necessary to close the road and authorize its disposition shall be passed if appropriate. That a deeming bylaw be passed contemporaneously with the disposition bylaw if required. That the mayor and clerk be authorized to sign all documents to facilitate the road closing and conveyance of the lands, and that this recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration at the next regular council meeting. Moved by Deputy Mayor Richardson, seconded Councillor Smeaton. Any questions or comments? And I want some kudos for getting through contemporaneously without slipping. All in favor? And that's passed. Item 7.3, RS 2023-002, proposed surplus declaration, closure and sale of a portion of shoreline road allowance adjacent to 17 Head River Lane, Seabright. That report, RS 2023-002, proposed surplus declaration, closure and sale of portion of shoreline road allowance adjacent to 17 Head River Lane, Seabright be received. That the subject property being a portion of shoreline road allowance adjacent to 17 Head River Lane, Seabright, and legally described as part of Lot 31, Concession 5, as in R436894, together with R436894 in the geographic township of Dalton, City of Kawartha Lakes, be declared surplus to municipal needs. That the closure of the portion of shoreline road allowance to the adjoining landowner be supported in principle in accordance with the provisions of bylaw 2018-020 as amended and the Municipal Act 2001. And subject to the parties entering into a conditional agreement of purchase and sale, including a condition that the subject portion of road allowance merge with the purchaser's adjacent property on closing. That council set the value of the land at the higher of the appraised value or the minimum set price of $20 per linear foot of shoreline road allowance adjacent to the river. That staff be directed to commence the process to stop up and close the said portion of shoreline road allowance. That a bylaw with any amendments deemed necessary to close the road and authorize its disposition shall be passed if appropriate. That a deeming bylaw be passed contemporaneously with the disposition bylaw, if appropriate. That the mayor and clerk be authorized to sign all documents to facilitate the road closing and conveyance of the lands, and that this recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration at the next regular council meeting. Mover and seconder, Councillor Warren. Councillor Warren, you wanted to speak to it?
Thank you, through you. I find it interesting. I mean, usually staff, you don't see too many reports come through where they didn't support it and then it went to council and it was supported. My issue is the lack of access to lakes going forward, and I just wanted to say that. You know, that we have to look at this. We're selling all these shoreline road allowances, and we have to look at access. And I've just found it interesting that the staff initially were not in favor of allowing this one. But maybe quickly, Sherry can speak to that.
Sherry?
through you to the counselor. When the land management team meets, we consider all of the different decisions that council's made in the past, and we follow those. So when a road allowance aligns, that people are requesting to purchase aligns with one of the items that council has flagged in the past, saying that they were hesitant to sell them, then the land management team, as a general rule, will support that decision. And then the letter goes out to the resident, and they are advised that they can make a deputation to council, and sometimes they do, and council chooses to change that decision, and then in that case it will go forward. Or if it's gone forward for one of those in the past, then the land management team will consider that that sort of information as well. So I don't know if that answers your question.
So, mover and seconder. Councillor McDonald, seconder. Councillor Perry. Oh, Councillor Yo, are you seconding or you have a question?
No, I was looking to move it or second it. Thank you.
Go. All in favor? That's passed. Item 7.4. Proposed surplus declaration, closure and sale of a portion of shoreline road allowance adjacent to 155 McCracken Avenue, Seabright. That report, RS 2023-003, proposed surplus declaration, closure and sale of a portion of shoreline road allowance adjacent to 155 McCracken Avenue, Seabright, be received. That the subject property being a portion of the shoreline road allowance adjacent to 155 McCracken Avenue, Seabright, and legally described as part of Lot 23, Concession 3, as in R303945, in the geographic township of Carden, City of Kawartha Lakes, be declared surplus to municipal needs. That the closure of the portion of shoreline road allowance to the adjoining landowner be supported in principle in accordance with the provisions of Bylaw 2018-020 as amended and the Municipal Act 2001, and subject to the parties entering into a conditional agreement of purchase or sale, including a condition that the subject portion of the road allowance merge with the purchaser's adjacent property on closing. That council set the value of the land at the higher of the appraised value or the minimum set price of $23 per linear foot of shoreline road allowance adjacent to a lake. The staff be directed to commence the process to stop up and close the said portion of the shoreline road allowance. That a bylaw with any amendments deemed necessary to close the road and authorize its disposition shall be passed if appropriate. That a deeming bylaw be passed contemporaneously with the disposition bylaw if appropriate. That the mayor and clerk be authorized to sign all documents to facilitate the road closing and conveyance of the lands, and that the recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration at the next regular council meeting. I have a mover and seconder. Councillor Richardson, Councillor Yo. All in favor? And that's passed. 7.5, RS 2023-004, proposed surplus declaration, closure and sale of a portion of a road allowance adjacent to 55 Coldstream Road, Fenland Falls. That report, RS 2023-004, proposed surplus declaration, closure and sale of a portion of road allowance adjacent to 55 Coldstream Road, Fenland Falls, be received, and that the subject property being a portion of road allowance adjacent to 55 Coldstream Road, Fenland Falls, and legally described as part of Maple Street on Plan 115 in the geographic township of Fenland, City of Kawartha Lakes, designated as Part 1 on Plan 57R-6939, being part of PIN 63159-0338 LT, be declared surplus to municipal needs. that the sale of the portion of the road allowance to the adjoining landowner be supported in principle in accordance with the provisions of bylaw 2018-020 as amended and the Municipal Act 2001, and subject to the parties entering into a conditional agreement of purchase and sale, including a condition that the subject portion of the road allowance merge with the purchaser's adjacent property on closing. That council set the value of the land at the higher of the appraised value or the minimum set price of $15 per linear foot of interior road allowance. That a bylaw with any amendments deemed necessary to authorize the disposition of the subject property shall be passed if appropriate. That a deeming bylaw be passed contemporaneously with the disposition bylaw if required. That the mayor and clerk be authorized to sign all documents to facilitate the conveyance of the lands, and that this recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration at the next regular council meeting. Mover and seconder? Emmett and Councillor Ashmore. All in favor? And that's passed. Item 7.6, RS 2023-005, proposed surplus declaration, closure and sale of road allowance adjacent to part of lots 22 and 23, Concession C, Mariposa. That report, RS 2023-005, proposed surplus declaration, closure and sale of road allowance adjacent to part of lots 22 and 23, Concession C, Mariposa, be received, that the subject property being a portion of road allowance adjacent to part of lots 22 and 23, Concession C, as in R394542, subject to R394543 in the geographic township of Mariposa, City of Kawartha Lakes, and legally described as road allowance between Concession B and Concession C, lying east of Marsh Creek and west of Part 13 on Plan 57R-1557, closed by A19852 in the geographic township of Mariposa, City of Kawartha Lakes, being PIN 63197-0253 LT, and road allowance between Concession B and Concession C as closed by A19852 in the geographic township of Mariposa, City of Kawartha Lakes, designated as parts 13 and 14 on Plan 57R-1557, being part of PIN 63197-0228 LT, be declared surplus to municipal needs. That the closure and sale of the portion of road allowance to the adjoining landowners be supported in principle in accordance with the provisions of bylaw 2018-020 as amended and the Municipal Act 2001, and subject to the parties entering into a conditional agreement of purchase and sale, including a condition that the subject portion of road allowance merge with the purchaser's adjacent property on closing. That council set the value of the land at the higher of the appraised value or the minimum set price of $15 per linear foot of interior road allowance. That a bylaw with any amendments deemed necessary to close the road and authorize its disposition shall be passed if appropriate. That a deeming bylaw be passed contemporaneously with the disposition bylaw if required. That the mayor and clerk be authorized to sign all documents to facilitate the road closing and conveyance of lands, and that the recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration at the next regular council meeting. Mover and seconder, Councillor Smeaton, Councillor Deputy Mayor Richardson. All in favor? And that's passed. Item 7.7, proposed surplus declaration, closure and sale of a portion of road allowance adjacent to 67 Rose Street, Lindsay. That report, RS 2023-006, proposed surplus declaration, closure and sale of a portion of road allowance adjacent to 67 Rose Street, Lindsay, be received. that the subject property being a portion of road allowance adjacent to 67 Rose Street, Lindsay, and legally described as part of Lane E on Plan 123 in the geographic township of Fenland, City of Kawartha Lakes, being part of PIN 63275-0126 LT, be declared surplus to municipal needs, that the closure and sale of the portion of the road allowance to the adjoining landowner be supported in principle in accordance with the provisions of bylaw 2018-020 as amended and the Municipal Act 2001, and subject to the parties entering into a conditional agreement of purchase and sale, including a condition that the subject portion of the road allowance merge with the purchaser's adjacent property on closing. That council set the value of the land at the higher of the appraised value, or the minimum set price of $15 per linear foot of interior road allowance, calculated at $3.72 per linear foot, as the $15 per linear foot is based on a 66-foot wide width, and the subject property is approximately 16.17 feet wide. That staff be directed to commence the process to stop up and close the said portion of road allowance. That a bylaw with any amendments deemed necessary to close the road and authorize its disposition shall be passed if appropriate. That a deeming bylaw be passed contemporaneously with the disposition bylaw if required. That the mayor and clerk be authorized to sign all documents to facilitate the road closing and conveyance of the lands, and that this recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration at the next regular council meeting. Councillor Ashmore?
Thank you. I just have a question through you to Realty Services, to Sherry. This one's a little bit complicated. Yeah, although we were thankful that it was brought to land management, and to go back a bit, if you look at page, I guess what is page, anyways, it's in your, it's your attachment that shows the lots. So about a year ago, the owners on the east side had an issue with their survey, and they had to, it was something that goes back 100 years, so they had to purchase half of that road allowance. So on Rose Street, just to give you a bit of a background, there's basically five public accesses that go from Rose Street to Sturgeon Lake. And their public access is for anybody. Now, just my question is, I was over there Saturday night and Saturday afternoon, and I'll get to that in a minute. But my question is to Sherry. I see that there were two survey stakes that were done. Were they the width of what the first lot is going to be sold? Because these are going to be done in two sections, proposedly. Two sections are going to be severed, and they're going to be sold to adjacent landowners. Those survey stakes, could you explain like what they represent? Do they represent the 69 purchase?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, I haven't been there, but my guess is that yes, they are from the original survey that would have been done for 69 Rose Street, and that the remainder of that access point would be sold to the other owner, which is the report we're dealing with right now, 67 Rose Street.
Because like I'm supporting it, but some of the other people on the other side of Pleasant Point have said, well, this is an access. True, it is an access. However, when I was down there a few days ago, 3 days ago, I see that some of these accesses are fully blocked. There's 4 cars that are blocking accesses, and they're saying that they can't use an access. Well, we have vehicles parked, and they just use them as their own parking lot. These are permanently over winter, I think, and summer too. So they're being blocked. All these public accesses, not all of them, but that one in particular. If you know Rose Street on Pleasant Point, I don't expect you to know it, or everyone needs to know exactly the situation. But the point I'm saying is that there are public accesses, but the people can't use them because they're blocked off. Now, I haven't told bylaw about this, but that's prohibiting people from accessing, whether it's a snowmobile or even in the summertime just to walk down there. Those access points were for the people on the south side of Rose Street to access. At one time years ago, they were used for fire access points for fire trucks, but fire trucks are much bigger now. They used to be small at one time, so they're not used. If they need water, they go to the main dock in Pleasant Point. So I guess what I'm trying to say here is that we have public access points, which is great. There's 5 of them. This is the 5th one on the very east end, and it makes sense to sell each side, but in the meantime, we really need to open up these other access points and let people in.
I think it's 2 different issues, Councillor, and what you're going to have to do is tell those people to call bylaw, and let's deal with this one right now. Are you moving the report as printed?
Yeah, I'll move it as printed. I just...
Thank you.
Yeah.
Can I have a seconder? Oh, Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. I'm a big believer in committees because they get down to the granular details, and I really focused on this particular one here. The land management team had determined that this portion of the road allowance was required for municipal purposes. That speaks to me. Then it continues, however, council subsequently resolved that the property could proceed through disposition process, but it doesn't say, there's nothing here about how or why a previous council resolved that it could be sold.
So the other half of the road allowance was sold because there was an incursion by part of the house onto the road allowance. And the road allowance had been allowed to grow over, so it really wasn't being able to use as a road allowance. Nobody used it, and it was the one right at the very end. So council made the decision to sell half the road, or more than half the road allowance, to the property owner so he didn't have to tear down his house. So when we did that, we left 16 point whatever feet. And the property owner next door said, well, you know, can't I have it? And when we relooked at it, when it came to council and was relooked at, it was determined that it made sense because there were 4 other accesses, as Councillor Ashmore just alluded to, that residents could use to get to Rose Avenue. So council made the decision that they would sell it to the landowner on the other side because it really wasn't usable as an access.
Thank you.
Did we get a seconder? Councillor Richardson, Deputy Mayor Richardson. All in favor? And that's passed. Guess what? This is the last one. Well, the last one where I have to talk forever. I don't have to do this at council, do I? Again?
You don't have to do it in the procedural bylaw unless a councillor requests it to be read.
So I don't have to do this?
But you were on a roll.
Well, item 7.8, can I have a mover and a seconder? I was under the impression I had to read them.
To read it.
What? Can I have a mover and seconder for item 7.8? Councillor McDonald, seconder. Deputy Mayor Richardson, all in favor, and that's passed. Thank you.
But if someone requests that you read it, you have to read it.
Okay. Item 7.9 is a request for crosswalks on various roads. We have Mr. Kelly with us today if anybody has any questions, but I'm looking for a mover and seconder that report ENG 2023-001 requests for crosswalks on various roads be received, and that this recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration at the next regular council meeting. Councillor Smeaton, seconder, Councillor McDonald. All in favor? And that's passed. Item 8.1 is a memorandum from Councillor Smeaton regarding a speed limit reduction on Pigeon Lake Road from Highway 36 to Weldon Road. Councillor Smeaton, did you wish to speak to it?
With your indulgence, Mayor, my colleagues, Councillor Ashmore and Councillor Smeaton have indulged my going with my memo now because my childcare is rapidly expiring.
So, memorandum regarding school pedestrian safety in Cameron. Councillor Perry, that the memorandum from Councillor Perry regarding school pedestrian and safety in Cameron be received, and that staff be instructed to come back with a report in Q1 2023 indicating options as well as associated budget implications for providing increased school pedestrian safety at Fenland Township Public School until the reconstruction of Cameron Road, scheduled for 2026, and that this recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration at the next regular council meeting. Do you want to speak to it?
Just very briefly, I believe the motion speaks for itself. Thanks to staff for including, the clerk's office rather, for including a photo of the area taken with my high-tech camera phone. And just right now there are 40 zone signs in school area. However, as you'll see in the strip there, there's nothing else. Residents and the principal have expressed concern to me about having some options presented. What happens is school buses line up in the driveway, as you can see past that little white snowbank, and then forcing or kind of funneling pedestrian traffic down along the road to the second entrance. Often cars are on one or both sides of the street at pickup times. The school also crosses the road at various times for events and activities, and as this is becoming increasingly residential, the demand is increasing. What I'm putting forward on their behalf is to ask for some options as interim basis as schedules for 2026 include at the current time sidewalks. So bring back some options to increase pedestrian safety for our students there in Fenland Township in Ward 3. And I hope that's a very easy decision, and I appreciate the feedback from the councillors I've already had a chance to talk to. Thank you.
You're moving that, I take
Yes,
it.
I am.
Councillor Warren seconding it. All in favor? And that's passed.
Thank you.
Going back to item 8.1, I've already read the motion. I have a mover and second. Councillor Smeaton, did you want to talk to it?
The motion speaks for itself, I think, Mr. Mayor. I'm good with it. It's something I've thought about for years, and now I had a chance other constituents mentioned it to me, so I hope it's all there, and we'll leave it at that for now. Thanks.
Okay. You're moving it, of course. And seconder? Councillor Perry. All in favor? And that's passed. Item 8.2 is a memorandum regarding a Downeyville pedestrian warning and crosswalk. That the memorandum from Councillor Ashmore regarding a Downeyville pedestrian warning and crosswalk be received. That staff be requested to complete a warrant review for consideration of an east-west pedestrian crossing within the village of Downeyville and report back with options, recommendations, and budget implications by end of Q2 2023, and that this recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration at the next regular council meeting. Did you want to speak to it?
Just briefly, that I've been asked over the years, the last few years, about this, and I think people just wanted to ask that, you know, possibly we could look at different options of improving safety going through the village. So been a few close calls, and we need to sort of look at how we can, you know, have people walk across if they want to. We're not talking about stoplights or anything like that. Just if it goes back to staff and see what they can do for a recommendation. See if there's warrants there. Thank you.
You're moving it, I take it?
Yes, please, yeah.
The seconder? Councillor McDonald, all in favor? And that's passed. Motion to adjourn. Councillor Warren. Councillor Yo, are you seconding that? He's gone? Okay. Councillor Joyce. All in favor? I'll just tell you, thank you, that's passed. Next meeting is Tuesday, January 17th, beginning at 9 o'clock in the morning. That's a budget meeting. There'll be presentations by departments. The next meeting after that is January 26th, and they'll continue with the department presentations, and that again is 9 o'clock a.m. And we'll also have presentations by funded agencies after all the departments have done theirs. And then there's a council meeting Tuesday, January 31st, beginning at 1 o'clock. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.